baseball alum. He appeared in a then Atlantic League record 68 games in 2010. Before that mark was eclipsed by Morales. He racked up 107 strikeouts and 128 appearances with York between 2010 and 2011. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean Stidful.
All right, check. From PeoplesBank Park here in downtown York, tonight it's the York Revolution home opener as the Revs host the Sugarland Skeeters. We are in the midst of the 10th anniversary all-time team ceremonies, and we'll listen in on Revs PA man Ray Jensen as one by one those able to make it tonight are introduced down on the field.
And continues his march to the franchise record books as a member of the 2016 squad. Ladies and gentlemen, Salvador Peniagua. Rodriguez for second longest tenured position player. In 2010, he narrowly missed Atlantic League Player of the Year honors to teammate Scott Grimes, despite hitting .325 with 19 home runs and 86 RBIs. He now ranks second on York's career hits list, having been surpassed by Andres Perez last season. Ladies and gentlemen, James Shanks. Atlantic League Player of the Year and scored a staggering 138 runs that season, the most in all of professional baseball, including anyone playing a 162-game MLB season. It remains a single-season Atlantic League record. He was named the 2010 Club MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Grimes.
From PeoplesBank Park here in downtown York, tonight it's the York Revolution home opener for the 2016 season, and members of the 10th anniversary team down on the field being ridden around on Corvettes as we speak, being introduced to the crowd. Without further ado, let's join Revs PA man Ray Jensen. Jason Espedo just introduced, by the way, as you hear the roar of the crowd here tonight. Salvador Peniagua, Matt DeSalvo, Scott Grimes, Sean Stidful, Ronnie Morales, Stephen Penny have already been driven in. And we'll listen in as the on-field ceremony continues. By the way, the Revs hosting the Sugarland Skeeters tonight. More on that in just a bit. Carry the entirety of the ceremonies here on WOYK up until first pitch tonight.
Was announced, we asked you, the fans, to help us determine which of these players will become our franchise four. The best of the best. These players will have their faces enshrined on Mount Revsmore, which will be given away to fans on September 16th as the final piece in our Celebrate York series presented by Memorial Hospital. We now present to you the four greatest players in York Revolution history. The all-time franchise home run leader with 59. In 2011, he hit .330 with 25 home runs and 66 RBIs, leading the team in all three categories despite playing in only 84 games. He was named the 2011 Club Co-MVP along with Corey Thurman. He hit a single-season record 34 home runs and drove in a league-high 107 runs before being named the 2012 Club MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Noah. Franchise leader in complete games and is second to only Corey Thurman in career wins, strikeouts, innings pitched, and quality starts. He led the Atlantic League in punchouts in 2013 with 139. It was named the 2013 Club MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Cody. He has been in the lineup at first, second, and DH for York in 3 full seasons with the team. In that time, he has become the all-time franchise leader in hits, doubles, extra base hits, RBIs, and games played. His 52 home runs place him second on that list, just 8 away from surpassing Chris Nowak as the franchise leader in that category as well. He was named the 2015 Club MVP and is a member of the 2016 squad. And ladies and gentlemen, Andres Perez. Franchise's all-time leader in wins, strikeouts, and innings pitched while ranking second in Atlantic League history in the same categories. He's the longest tenured player in club history and won a combined 37 and 14 from 2010 to 2012, leading the Revolution to 2 championships in that time. He was named the 2011 club co-MVP along with Chris Nowak and will have his number 34 retired on May 14th. Ladies and gentlemen, Corey Thurman. All young Rubs, please report to the center field gate. All young Rubs, please report to the center field gate. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jason Espino. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have one last round of applause for your York Revolution 10th anniversary team. To keep the ballpark running. These dedicated workers have been a part of the Revolution family for 10 seasons. Please direct your attention to the video board as we recognize these Revolution lifers. James Archer. Sharon Cancilla. Victoria Gall. David Garrett. Zero Holt, Joe Insalaco, Jim Nam, Jason Krieger, Elizabeth Lehman, Greg Roy, Linda Roy, John Mann, Michael Schmidt, Dale Snyder, Sharon Snyder, James Vassell, Sue Ziegler. Let's hear it one more time for all of our 10-year York Revolution employees. And now, it's time to call the 2016 Revolution to the field. Entering from the concourse stairwells, your York Revolution!
This year's Revs team making their way in through, I think it was 6 different sections in the seating bowl. They had them paired off and made their way down to the field through the stands, greeting fans along the way, and welcomed by groups of Little Leaguers as they got down to the field. An awesome visual to welcome the team in. That's the first time they've done it that way, coming down through the seating bowl and onto the field. And pretty soon we'll have the individual player introductions for both teams as well. The giant flag in center field brought out here shortly. They're getting set for that up on the ramp in center. And we'll continue to listen in on our ceremonies.
It's time to introduce the Revs' opponents for this evening, the Sugarland Skeeters. Pitching coach, Jeff Scott. Coach Troy Dean Conkle. Coach Rafi Montalvo. Manager Gary Gayetti. Reserves. Number 11, Parker Frazier. 36, Sean Gallagher. Number 22, Andrew Johnston. Number 28, Derek Loop. Number 21, Ian Marshall. Number 33, Roy Merritt. Number 14, Brian Morgado. Number 32, Chris Rearick. Number 27, Jerry Sullivan. Number 31, Chris Chavit. Number 23, John Velasquez. Number 12, Robbie Weinhart. Number 20, Zach Zinicola. Catchers, number 5, Wilfredo Rodriguez. Infielders, number 2, Rick Hayes. Number 24, Delwyn Young. Outfielders, Denny Almonte, number 3. Number 9, Renee Tusoni. Number 19, Tyson Gillies. Number 10, Kent Mathis. And now the starting lineup for the Sugarland Skeeters. Leading off to center fielder, number 7, Josh Prince. Batting second, the right fielder, number 26, Jeff Dominguez. Batting third, the second baseman, number 15, Brooks Conrad. Batting fourth, the catcher, number 16, Travis Scott. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 29, Jeremy Barfield. Batting sixth, first baseman, number 34, Johan Lamanta. Batting seventh, designated hitter, number 25, Andy LaRoche. Batting eighth, the third baseman, number 6, Patrick Palmero. And batting ninth, the shortstop, number 4, Beamer Weems. The starting pitcher for the Skeeters this evening, right-hander, number 30, Eric Louts. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2016 Sugarland Skeeters. Ladies and gentlemen, time now to introduce your 2016 York Revolution. First, athletic trainer Chong Choi. Clubhouse manager Milton Miles. Bullpen catcher Dave Kulik. Bench coach and third base coach Noel Polanco. Pitching coach Paul Fletcher. And manager Mark Mason. Reserves. Pitchers. Number 15, Wes Alsup. Number 49, Daniel Correa. Number 20, Mario Checo. Number 12, Michael Click. Number 18, Kelvin De La Cruz. Number 25, Mike DeMarc. Number 19, Ricardo Gomez. Number 36, Tyrell Harris. Number 38, Mike McClendon. Number 32, Matt Neal. Number 37, Micah Owens. Number 45, Tony Pena. Number 31, Ron Scudders. Number 26, James Simmons. Number 27, Eric Thomas. Number 10, Bo Vaughn. Catchers, number 9, Keith Castillo. Number 16, Isaiah Tejeda. Outfielders, number 21, Nick Ferdinand. And now the starting lineup for your York Revolution. Leading off, your right fielder, number 17, Batting second, your shortstop, number 4, Josh Wilson. Batting third, your second baseman, number 7, Andres Perez. Batting fourth, your first baseman, number 23, Telvin Nash. Batting fifth, your designated hitter, number 28, Joel Guzman. Batting sixth, your third baseman, number 14, Brian Pounds. Batting seventh, your center fielder, number 1, James Simmons. Batting eighth, your catcher, number 34, Salvador Peniagua. Batting ninth, your left fielder, number 2, Michael Rocket. The starting pitcher for your York Revolution this evening, right-hander, number 33, Jorge Martinez. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2016 York Revolution! Maintaining law and order tonight is tonight's umpiring crew presented by Northwestern Mutual. At first base, Ian Kelly. At third base, Eric Sofaro. And behind the plate calling balls and strikes, Tim McCaffrey. Taking the field of your York Revolution, please welcome tonight's Members First Federal Credit Union Field of Dreams team, the youth athletes of York County. Fans, at this time, please rise and remove all cover for the singing of our national anthem. Coming through center field of the American flag are the parents, coaches, and players of the York Young Revolution. The Young Revolution is a not-for-profit elite baseball organization that is committed to developing youth players participating in travel ball around York County. They strive to provide their athletes with the opportunity to learn the necessary skills and core values on and off the field to help meet the requirements to participate in college athletics. We ask that all fans remain standing until the flag has completely left the field. Ladies and gentlemen, he sang the national anthem at the Baltimore Ravens games for 18 seasons before moving to Birmingham, Alabama to become the senior pastor at the St. Luke AME Zion Church. Ladies and gentlemen, my Shiel Miller. Thank you.
All right.
It's certainly not too late for your group to be members.
Well, how about that for an opening ceremony here tonight as Will DeBoer joins me on the broadcast, our home opener, and the weather far from perfect, but really impressed with the turnout despite the conditions here on this opening night. Players introduced and pretty shortly getting set to play baseball here, Will. The Revs and the Skeeters in the home opener. Welcome to PeoplesBank Park. For you, it's great to have you in the booth this season.
Thank you, Darryl. It's wonderful to be here. And I wish I could have been with you at the beginning. I missed the raffle. They were giving away the boat.
Yeah, you missed that.
Okay, I'll get here for that next year.
But you were down in the field with the 10th anniversary team. How was that? You were down there field level with them, getting them all set up and everything.
Oh, it was wonderful just to see these men who gave so much to this team here in York, and to see them all come back and be honored in little red Corvettes and Corvettes of any size and color. It was just, it was really fantastic. I've only been here for a month and a half, and I already felt a connection to these guys, and hope that the players who are currently with the York Revolution feel the same connection here.
Yeah, well, a stirring pregame ceremony for sure. We'll take a time out here on our opening night pregame festivity coverage, if you will. We were able to carry most of that, and that was a lot of fun, seeing the former players come in, this year's players introduced, the members of the Franchise 4, Mount Revsmore, will be throwing out ceremonial first pitches here shortly. And again, we'll take a pregame timeout and check in with Mace. We'll have his interview coming up as the Revs are trying to snap a losing streak here, returning home this evening. 3-4 coming in as they host Sugarland, who's 4-3. You heard the pitching matchup, Jorge Martinez for York and Barrett Lukes making the start for Sugarland. So our coverage of Revs opening night from PeoplesBank Park continuing right after this.
Looking for something cool to do this weekend? Come to the coolest place in town and learn to play hockey or figure skate at the York Ice Arena. The York Ice Arena offers a Learn to Skate program for skaters of all ages and abilities, directed by ISA and USFSA qualified instructors. Skating classes range from beginner to freestyle. Hockey classes cover the basics of the game. All classes include free skate rental and 5 free skating passes, so you can try out your new skills. And remember, the coolest place in town is also available for the coolest birthday party in town. Host your birthday bash in group spaces or with a private ice rental. Public skating at the York Ice Arena is available afternoons, evenings, and weekends. Skate for just $7 and rent your skates for just $3. Plus, you can save with discount passbooks. Oh, and ask about gift cards and kids' prepaid debit cards. So if you're looking to learn something cool, come to the coolest place in town and learn to skate at the York Ice Arena. For more information and to register, go to yorkskate.com. Get into the ball game with great savings and great weekly specials at all your favorite neighborhood family markets. Use your gold card every time you shop, and you'll automatically receive your savings and rewards. And you'll get incredible deals on the new Best Yet brand products at Nell's, Sauvel's, Wetzel's, Chris's New Oxford, and Stauffer's Downingtown markets. So get into the game with some great savings at all your favorite neighborhood family markets. Always a hit and always a great catch.
Okay, here we go, people.
This is The Herd
Where are you again?
with Colin Cowherd.
Byron Scott, Laker coach. What's getting me all worked up about the Lakers is there's almost a let's not tick Kobe off. If I said to you, my perception is people walk around on eggshells sometimes around Kobe now at this point. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if it's fair to say or not. I know when I'm around him, I don't. You know, I know the people that, the other coaching staff that I have, they don't. I know sometimes his teammates are probably intimidated a little bit by him.
Why couldn't I go up if I ran the Lakers and said, first of all, we paid you $300 million. You're a rock star. We're going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the rest of your life for what you did, but you got 1 year left. we're going to go in a different direction. What would he say?
I think he would say, well, let's see how this year goes. And I think that's how his whole attitude has been since this last year was over.
Colin Cowherd.
Weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
The Steve Zabin Show.
Brian Williams has taken a leave of absence. And I'm not sure about you, Scott, but I've had just about enough Brian Williams remembers themes on Twitter. Photoshops, snarky jokes,
Reporting from the Hindenburg.
the Alamo, etc.
They're out there.
Yep.
Waking up America like no one else.
Now they're digging into his reporting from things like Hurricane Katrina.
Yes, where he
reported seeing a body floating past his hotel in the French Quarter. Don't get me started on Katrina. That is one of the greatest media debacles ever. The stuff that was reported as fact that turned out to be not just untrue, but flat-out fabrications. Brian Williams saying, I saw a body floating down Bourbon Street. That was like the least of the lies.
Steve Zabin, mornings at 6 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. First in York, first in sports.
Listen up, people.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
He's a professional. And I did tweet out on 4th and 19, go blue. Irvin took a picture of me in the NFL Game Day morning meeting room celebrating, and I stupidly looked at his phone and did it. And he tweets it out what Rich Eisen was like when he thought You Miss Football won. I can't show you what it was like when they did not win. Do friends do that to friends? No.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Weekdays at noon on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Fans, it's time to go inside the clubhouse for the latest on your York Revolution and tonight's matchup. It's time for the Broadway Transmission Managers Report. Now, here's the manager of the Revs, Mark Mason.
All right, Mace, capping a tough trip to Somerset last night. I think the only thing that would have made it a worse trip was if it was longer. We kept it in 2 days, but a few pretty frustrating games. And what did you think were some of the biggest things last night? I know it was a little bit of a combination with not being able to add to the lead, and then certainly the bullpen that's been good. One rough inning and then a wild pitch to end it.
Well, probably for me, the thing that was most frustrating was they had one hit through 8 innings, 7 innings, I guess it was. So, and then we had a hard time finding the strike zone in the 8th inning. We had some wild pitches in that inning that advanced some runners. We were able to come out of there with just giving up the 3 runs. And then I think to add a little bit to the frustration was we had some opportunities to knock some guys in later in the game in the 10th and 11th inning, and we weren't able to do that. And then we lost the game on a wild pitch. So, it's a little frustrating, obviously. Couple guys that was there, Corella, that was the first time we've actually seen him in a game, in a regular season game anyway. With the doubleheader, we had used a lot of pitchers. Wes, Alsup, he was well rested for that 8th inning, and Click has been kind of my bail guy when I have to late in the game. But it's tough to come in and inherit runners all the time. That's hard to do, and when you have guys pitching in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, you need them to throw strikes, and whether the other team hits the ball and gets singles and doubles and whatever, you can live with that. Even though you don't like it, you can live with it because your guys are throwing strikes. And when you're not throwing strikes and you walk 2 out of 3 guys and that's the bottom third of the order, that's a little frustrating for me. So I know it was a long day. I know it was cold. And, and there was a lot of stuff going on, and it's early in the year, so, we're not losing our minds about it. Is it frustrating to give up leads, 3-run leads after the 7th inning? I mean, absolutely. That's something we don't do around here. But it does happen, 2, 3, 4 times a year, and last night happened to be one of those.
Well, Checo, 5 innings, 1 hit. What did he show you about his ability to perform in the starter's role?
I thought he was phenomenal. He was overpowering them. His little slider / cutter, I thought he had really good command of that. He was throwing that front door on right-handers, and he was throwing it, down and away on right-handers. He was jamming the left-handers up with it. So his velocity is really good, and when you can throw 93 to 95 and come back with 80, 82, it makes it really tough for a hitter, because when guys are throwing extremely hard, hitters they have a tendency to want to cheat because they want to get their swing started sooner. And when you have an opportunity to throw an 80-mile-an-hour pitch behind a 95-mile-an-hour pitch, you're going to be real effective, and that's what we saw last night.
Well, coming home here, first of all, what's the excitement level for you and for the guys having spent a week on the road? You get to come in here, the lights look bright, they've got the boards going, the new signage, the place looks brilliant. Hopefully the weather cooperates, but what's the excitement level like to get home for the first time?
Well, everybody's happy to be here, starting with me. It was basically, if you go back into spring training, the last day we were here was the 20th. We were actually out of town on the 19th. We were down in Southern Maryland playing an exhibition game there. So we've basically only been in town like one day in the last 10. So the guys are excited about getting here, getting in our own park. Hopefully the weather will break for us during this homestand, because we need to get a lot of work done outside pre-game wise. And we need to get our batting practice and our repetition and our infield, outfield, and we just need a lot of work right now. And when you're on the road, unfortunately, the home team gives you enough time to get batting practice and some ground balls, and that's it. You don't have the extra time to work. You don't go in early and take their field from them. That's just kind of the way it is. So we need to be home right now, and we need to get some work done. But overall, we're excited about being here tonight, and we're looking forward to a good crowd. And myself personally, I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of the guys we have coming in here tonight that were part of the teams we've had since I've been here, and a lot of the guys that were here before me, I know them too. So it'll be fun to catch up with a lot of guys tonight, and hopefully the weather will break and everything will go well.
No doubt. Mason, thanks a lot. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Revs manager Mark Mason on the Broadway Transmission Manager's report. And the weather did break. It's about as good as we could have hoped, the way that things were going today. It was raining throughout the day, and it was never going to get much higher than 50 degrees today. Will, I know I'm cold, but I'm really impressed with the turnout on, quite frankly, the worst weather night that we've ever had to deal with on an opening night. We've been really lucky over the years, but it says a lot about our fans to come out the way they have tonight.
Oh, well, Darryl, it's baseball season. Any sort of weather is baseball weather, even with a game time temperature of 46 degrees, overcast, rain potentially, but it seems like you said, it has passed for the moment. People have been waiting a long time for this, Darryl. I mean, since we announced all those promotions and the fact this was the 10th anniversary season, all the way through winter, all the way through spring training, even all the way through the first week of the season when you guys were on the road, just coming back from Somerset and then beginning in New Britain. These diehards have followed the team for a week, waiting for them to come home and cheer them on here at beautiful PeoplesBank Park. And that moment is now.
I'll tell you what, the park looks awesome. We've got the new sign with PeoplesBank Park out above the video board. The LED boards are spectacular here in year two. There's a couple of brand new signs on the arch nemesis, in particular the newspaper simulation that actually pokes over the yellow line. It looks like a newspaper with a little bit of a fold to it. That's the Game Time PA and York Daily Record sponsorship.
I wonder what happens if the home run ball hits the part of the newspaper that's above the yellow line.
I'm wondering too. I don't know yet. I'll have to find that one out. That's a new one for us. I hope it doesn't happen tonight, because then we'll find out as it occurs. But
you just know it is going to happen, don't you? You know that Telvin Nash is going to crush one. It's going to clip the top of the thing, come back in play, and everyone's going to be like, well, I don't know, is it a double, is it a home run?
They'll all look at each other. Actually, that probably, I would imagine, had to have been discussed in the home plate meeting when they go over ground rules. So that's a new one that would be added this season. But you look good in your tux.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. I'm surprisingly comfortable in it. Our entire staff had to pull tarp in these things. It was a video that, I don't know, may go viral, but it was a great opportunity for video about an hour ago, 5:20 tarp removal to really get this thing started right around the time that we expected, that we were targeting here tonight, which is incredible, and that also speaks a lot to our grounds crew here, and Joe Morgan in his first year as head groundskeeper here also.
That's a different Joe Morgan, by the way.
Yes.
The Hall of Fame broadcaster has not fallen upon such hard times that he needs to take a groundskeeper's job. Although you should see this guy, Joe Morgan, we've got now. You know, when he pushes the rake across the field, he flaps his arm as he does it. It's really quite amazing to see.
Excellent point, Will. Actually, the weather tonight, it does feel like an opening day should feel. You know, you see a lot of the major league opening games on TV. Sometimes there's flurries, and a lot of times it's gray and raw like this. In early April, here in late April, we're experiencing that, but it's almost perfectly imperfect to get this 10th anniversary season started. And like I said, we've been so fortunate over the years, but really an excellent atmosphere tonight despite all that. Our night started a long time ago, our late afternoon, when fans were making their way up. We had our first ever WOYK prize wheel in front of the studios along Brooks Robinson Plaza. How was that? You were out there a little longer than I was able to be.
Oh, it was fabulous, Daryl. People coming up and us giving stuff away for them. My favorite thing to do, Heritage Lawn Landscaping. They had $50 gift cards and weather readers. I've forgotten what the term is.
Rain gauge, yeah.
Rain gauge, yes. So we gave away rain gauges along with coupons to Stony Brook Restaurant, the Stage Deli, and Friendly's, and all those places. I'll tell you, you don't know joy until you see a little 5-year-old kid come up to spin, and then you get to give him a rain gauge.
I bet.
There's no greater joy in the world.
Well, a couple of minutes ago, while we were airing Mace's interview, we had the ceremonial first pitches from the Revs franchise floor, and that was awesome visually to see as well. You had the 4 of them next to each other, left to right as we saw it. It was Chris Nellock and Andres Perez in his game uniform, of course, and then Corey Thurman, and followed by Chris Cody, who underwent Tommy John surgery last year, and he's got the scar to show for it, but he says his doctor tells him he is strong as an ox, and he was able to throw it overhand to the young girl who caught it. We had some little leaguers down in the field to catch those. But another awesome moment here tonight to get this season started. And
all strikes, by the way.
They were, and those 4 guys had no idea ahead of time tonight that they were going to be on Mount Rebsmore, which will be given away later this season. That was a surprise honor for them that was announced to the crowd here tonight. Fan votes deciding that.
It was a surprise for the other players on the team who weren't part of the franchise floor as well. Half of them were demanding recounts.
The new catcher's gear will be on display tonight as well. This was just launched around the league as the Revs get set to take the field for the first time here in 2016. And out they come as Jorge Martinez makes his way to the mound and will grab the game ball. And for the first time, we'll have baseball, a real game that counts here at PeoplesBank Park to kick off the 2016 season. Again, Darrell Henry along with Will DeBoer. Glad you can join us here on a very special night as Jorge goes into his warm-ups. And once again, the lineup's brought to you by Flying Feet. For Sugarland, it's Josh Prince in center field leading off. Jeff Dominguez in right field hits second. Brooks Conrad at second base will bat third. The cleanup man is Travis Scott doing the catching. Jeremy Barfield in left field hits fifth. Our buddy Johan Lamonta at first base bats sixth. Andy LaRoche will DH and hit seventh. Patrick Palmero at third base will bat eighth. And Beamer Weems is the shortstop hitting ninth. Again, it's Prince, Dominguez, Conrad, Scott, Barfield, Lamonta, LaRoche, Palmero, and Weems facing Jorge. And the Revs lineup tonight will go like this. It'll be Jason Repko in right field leading off. Josh Wilson at shortstop hits second. Andres Perez, the second baseman, bats third. Hitting cleanup at first base is Talvin Nash. Joel Guzman will DH and hit fifth. It's Brian Pounds at third base batting sixth. James Simmons in center field hits seventh. Salvador Peniagua will do the catching and bat eighth. And Michael Rocket in left field, bats ninth. Again, it's Repko, Wilson, Perez, Nash, Guzman, Pounds, Simmons, Paniagua, and Rocket for the Revs. Those lineups brought to you once again by Flying Feet. As Jorge gets ready to go, and a tremendous start in his season debut. Unfortunately, it was a 1-0 loss at New Britain on Friday night, but went 6 innings, gave up just 1 hit. And last night, Mariel Checo went 5 innings and gave up just 1 hit. So 2 of the starts already, they've given up just 1 hit, working at least into the middle innings. Starting pitching has certainly been a bright spot here early on. Now the Josh Prince making his way up, and a lot of these players have the hoodies on underneath the jerseys tonight. Talvin Nash is all bundled up down at first base. And the Skeeters wearing their royal tops, charcoal pants. The Revs are in their traditional home whites here tonight. And our Dasher Investment Services first pitch on the way. It is right over the outside corner for ball 1. And we are underway here tonight at PeoplesBank Park. What a start. It looked like it couldn't have been much better. Here's the 1-0 from Jorge. And in the same spot, it's called a strike this time.
Game time, 6:51 Eastern Daylight Time here in South Central Pennsylvania. Beautiful night for baseball.
You got it, 48 degrees as Prince tries to bunt his way on and fouls it just behind the right-hand batter's box. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Let's give you your defensive alignment once again for the York Revolution. Martinez on the hill, his battery mate, Sally Paniagua. Talvin Nash over at first, Perez at second, Pounds and Wilson third and short, respectively. The outfield left to right, Rocket, Simmons, and Repko.
Now Jorge ready. He winds and fires, and a breaking ball check swing foul. Look out. That one came hard back to the right of the screen and into the stands. One of the tougher areas for foul balls in any ballpark. Prince hitting at 200 on the nose in the early going. For Sugarland, they are 4-3. And the pitch from Martinez, a swing at a high fly ball, left field. It sends Rocket back onto the track, feeling for it. He leaps, and it's off his glove. He trapped it against the boards in play, and Prince will beat the throw into second base, standing a leadoff double that scraped the wall just under that newspaper ad. And Rocket leaping against the sprint ad to the right of the manual scoreboard. Looked like he had glove on it, but just couldn't quite get high enough to get it in the pocket.
Well, there's opposing players using that arch nemesis to their advantage, the same way the Revs can use the wall to their advantage as well. And for Josh Prince, 4 hits on the young season, 2 of them doubles.
Now he's a leadoff base runner at second, the former Bridgeport Bluefish. And here is Jeff Dominguez, who will bat from the left, and he is off to a scorching start. Pitch from Martinez. He shows a bunt, drops it down. Pounds hustles in from third. Bare hand pickup, and the throw is in time. A little low, but above the dirt, and easy enough to handle for Talvin Nash, who he's got the full face mask on right now. A Georgia native on this 48-degree evening. Sacrifice is good.
I'm cold just looking at him, Darryl. Although I can attest, I came from Georgia for a couple of years, and it could be tough. This would be January down there.
Here is Brooks Conrad. Revs will play the infield back. Prince at third with 1 out. The sacrifice went 5-3. Martinez will stretch and deliver. And a swing and a high pop fly in center. Simmons will read it. Prince will walk back and tag. Simmons the catch, and he'll heave it to the plate. It sails up the line, and Prince with good speed slides in. It's a sac fly. And Conrad, the first inning RBI. Sugarland up early. It's 1-0.
It's just a professional swing right there from Brooks Conrad. A long-time pro. He's been playing professionally since 2001. He took what Martinez gave him, knew the speed of Prince on third base, and just lifted one out into center. Easy run for the Skeeters.
Pretty professional first inning from their offense. Double, sac bunt, sac fly. Now here's Travis Scott, who last night ended their game in the 10th inning against Lancaster with a walk-off slam. They are coming in off that high as Martinez pours a first pitch strike across. Accounting for all of Scott's 4 RBIs thus far, the former Rev, 4 for 14. And the 0-1, just inside. Our plate ump tonight is Tim McCaffrey. Ian Kelly at first base, and Eric Solfero is the umpire at third. Had McCaffrey and Kelly in the series at Somerset. On the 1-1, and that's down low. It's Jorge's first home start since the postseason 2 years ago. Game 3 of the division series against Sugar Land, and of course that's the night that Sean Smith had the hop seen around the world. Here's a swing and a liner, pulled into right, a base hit for Travis Scott. So the inning continues, a 2-out single, and the batter will be Jeremy Barfield.
Scott continuing to see the ball well. That grand slam of his last night wasn't a fluke, and he didn't leave his good bat down in Texas. And now he extends the inning and sends up Barfield.
Freedom Division standings are pretty tight early on. Lancaster 5-2, Sugar Land 4-3 after that win last night. York 3-4. Here's Barfield. First pitch is down and away. Southern Maryland 2-5. They're off to the rockiest start of any division team. Barfield at 304 coming in. 7 for 23. The 1-0 and a swing and a pop-up foul straight back.
Barfield had himself a good game last night, 2 nights ago rather, against the Barnstormers. 1 for 4 with a double and a run.
Lancaster tonight hosting Somerset. Will they be the first team to beat Somerset? It's tough to root for either one. Here's a swing and a miss on a fastball up, 1-2. You really can't root for Lancaster in the division, but Somerset, they think they're going to go 140-0.
Can they both lose?
That's what I'll pull for. The 1-2 and a swing and a foul tip held on to. Paniagua's got it, and Martinez ends the first with a K, swinging 1 run on 2 hits, 1 man left. At the end of a half, it's the Skeeters 1 and the Revs coming up.
Hey sports fans, great news. Now you can listen to Sports Radio 1350 anywhere with the new WOIK mobile apps. Stranded in Siberia? No problem. Kidnapped by wolves? It's not as bad as you may think. Wherever you are, WOIK is with you on the brand new mobile apps. York's only local sports station just went mobile and global. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. First in York, first in sports.
The War of the Roses is the grittiest Revolution battle since Bunker Hill, and in 2016, it's bigger than ever. Sponsored by PNC Bank, the 20-game series between York and Lancaster now has unique on-field hats that will be worn exclusively during these contests. Pick up the ticket plan that nets you all 10 home games against the Barnstormers and receive a replica of the York War of the Roses hat. Be on site each and every time the Revs take on their Cross River rivals. Enlist today at 801-HITS or in person at the Apple Chevrolet ticket office.
Need some fun with your food? Where else but Friendly's? Stop by Friendly's at 423 Laux Road in York for great deals like 50% off breakfast Monday to Friday from 7 to 11 a.m. or one of our 5 lunch and dinner meals for $5.55, including the quarter-pound cheeseburger. Stop by after the game with your Revs game ticket and save 15%. Friendly's has got you covered with great deals all day long. Friendly's, life with extra sprinkles.
Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
A night of firsts, and Will DeBoer just experienced his first Cannonball Charlie blast.
I can come up from underneath the table now, can't I?
It's safe now.
Good.
Until they hit a home run. 1-0 the lead for Barrett Lukes to work with, as Jason Repko will lead off the home first. By the way, shout out to Scott Parker and Brian Kazaks on our video crew, the new graphics on the board here tonight debuting. Sharp look and the moving headshots and all. And Repko off to a good start as he digs in. First pitch of the night from Lukes is right down the middle for a ball. Oh, they're having a tough time here early. Repko at 300 on the nose. Here's the 1-0. And he swings and fouls it straight back right over two birds who are perched on top of the screen and just don't have a care in the world. I'd love to get there myself. The top of the screen, that is. Sure. Here's the 1-1, and it tails down and away. Repko's hit safely in every game thus far. 7-game hitting streak to start the year. Rebs have a handful of nice little mini streaks, but struggling to put it all together. Here's a swing, a rip, and a base hit into right center. Repko in his first at-bat at home, a sharp single to the opposite field. It's an 8-game hitting streak to begin the year, and the Revs get after it right away.
Jason Repko picking up right where he left off at this ballpark. His first at-bat here in the new PeoplesBank Park since it was called something else back in 2014. So a couple of year absence, comes back, he immediately gets a hit. That's got to feel good.
Boy, there is not one guy that is more excited to play, and especially a situation like this, an opener. Here's Josh Wilson with a big hack. Came up empty on the first one, but he seems to be starting to hit his stride. Homered in last night's game in the first inning and singled hard up the middle. And really the last couple of days, solid contact consistently. Here's the 0-1 and a fastball strike on the outer edge. Wilson in that series at Somerset, which obviously was a challenging one for York, but he went 4 for 13, doubled and homered. Comes in tonight hitting at 233, but on the way up. Now Luke's the stretch, Repko the lead, and the 0-2 to Wilson, that misses high. Travis Scott receiving for Luke's tonight, back again with Sugar Land for a 4th consecutive year after 1 year in York. Met his wife in Sugar Land and now listed as a player coach for them. There's the stretch, the pitch, and a curveball popped up foul. And Scott will give it a look toward Dre, his former York teammate. It's back into the stands. The Skeeter pants would remind one of those new Arizona Diamondback uniforms that are a little darker than normal.
Boy, if there's one thing I want to do, it was to be reminded of those uniforms.
Well, good. Tonight's your night. Just wait until they wear the matching jerseys that are charcoal burnt.
Oh, goody.
Throw to first. Repko leaning, but able to dive back. Repko does have a steal. It's been thrown out once. The Revs only 2 for 8 in stolen base attempts early on. That's one that makes you scratch your head a little bit. Here's the stretch. And Luke's with the 1-2. Swung on, jammed him, popped up toward the net. Scott coming back, and this will make it into the stands. Just behind the Heritage box seats.
Well, speaking of the Diamondbacks, Barrett Laux, former first-round pick from the Diamondbacks. He was selected 6th overall back in 2010, a very significant draft indeed. Top pick, Bryce Harper, taken right after Barrett Laux. Matt Harvey.
Wow.
Manny Machado was taken 3rd in that draft as well.
And James Talion was taken 2nd. That one didn't work out as well.
Not quite.
A pitch to Wilson, and that misses down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You look at that and you sort of think of the 2003 NBA draft where the top 5 picks were LeBron, Darko Milicic, Carmelo, Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade. One of these things is not like the other.
On the stretch, 2-2, and Wilson is swinging a liner to center. This will send Prince back. He'll have room, though, and from our vantage point, right in front of Wilson's eyes, staring out from that LED board, he makes the catch. That's from our angle here. He looked like he was right in front of Wilson's face as he caught it. A line out to center field for out number 1.
Well, that one got up in the wind. Not blowing terribly hard out from right center field, but it is blowing in enough. I think Wilson needed to hit that one more on a frozen rope in order for that one to fall.
Well, here is the newly minted member of the franchise 4, Andres Perez. He knew he was on the 10th anniversary team. Nobody knew who was selected to the top 4 until tonight. A pitch to Dre, misses down low. And so many greats to choose from, legends in our town even. But they definitely got it right with Perez. He is the all-time leader in almost everything. And the 1-0, and it's up high off Scott's glove and straight to the backstop. Repko will move up on the wild pitch. Actually, they got it right with all of them. I don't want anybody to misinterpret that. All 4 were perfect choices. But Perez, one category that he doesn't lead, but he is chasing. He is 7 behind his fellow franchise 4 member Chris Nowak for the all-time home run lead with 52, Nowak with 59. Here's the 2-0, and Lauk's got that over for a strike.
Looking at Perez's last couple of seasons here with the Revolution, 16 home runs in 2015, 13 in 13, and 23 in 12, so you can expect him to possibly break that record sometime around July.
2-1, and he lays off a slider in the dirt. Last season, it was a very slow start power-wise for him, but really that was an epidemic for the whole team, and then they all started to click around mid-July, and he absolutely went off. I don't know if there was one hitter hotter over the last 2 months consistently than him. Broke almost all the records along the way. Now the 3-1, and a swing and a bouncing ball, second base. Toward the middle is Conrad. He'll glove it waist high, and the throw over to first for out number 2. Repko went on contact. It was hit behind him. He'll make it to third base. And there with 2 outs for Talbot Nash. On our Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care home run contest tonight, if a Revs batter goes deep, one lucky fan will win. And tonight, that's Cindy Billett on our Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care home run contest. With Nash digging in, who knows, maybe we'll have a winner right here. He is due, and he's hit some balls hard that have been caught. First pitch to him, fastball, it's a called strike.
Well, Talvin hasn't quite got his mojo back from a couple of weeks ago in spring training, where in the span of 4 at-bats he hit 3 home runs and a double and drove in 8, hitting .087 coming into this one with 1 home run and 2 driven in.
Well, he can go on one of those stretches just like that. Here's the 0-1. And a curveball hit high and deep. And watch this baby way out over the arch nemesis. Talbot Nash, a first-inning home run, a 2-run shot. Welcome back to York and welcome to PeoplesBank Park here in 2016. Nash picks up right where he left off in September. It's 2-1 on Nash's second blast of the year.
Well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. My goodness, that might have gone into the Cadorus Creek.
8th home run in his last 12 home games. Incredible, and it's 2-1 York. Here's Joel Guzman. First pitch, big swing and a miss. He was thinking the same thing. Nash had been held without a hit since that home run Saturday night at New Britain, but he breaks out there. Here's the 0-1, and a swing and a miss. Good rip from Guzman. It's a winner for Cindy Billett on our Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care home run contest. Stop by the Apple Chevrolet ticket office at your convenience. Thanks for playing and congrats. It's the 0-2. And just missed away. The Skeeters were heading off to the dugout. Guzman trying to get it going again. He had hit safely in each of his first 5, but held hitless the last 2. He comes in at 185 tonight. The wind and the 1-2. And a swing and a fly ball the other way in right. Dominguez ranging back, now parallel to the track, and he almost misplayed it. It was dying toward the corner. He had to reach down and made the catch. Running toward the line in right field. And that'll end the inning, but not before Telvin Nash unloads a 2-run blast out over the big wall in left. 2 runs, 2 hits, nobody left. Revs 2, Skeeters 1 as we head to the second.
Broadway transmission? I don't know how they do it.
We've been in business for 60 years at the same location.
I don't know how they do it.
It's our long-term nationwide warranties.
Oh, and don't forget our online appointment scheduling.
I still don't know how they do it.
They toted my van at no cost with my repair.
It's our ATRA certified technicians. Don't forget the good-looking genius in the office.
Come on, man. I know they helped me with financing. Still, with my bad credit, I don't know how they do it.
I did my research and felt comfortable that Broadway is a AAA approved specialty repair shop. I showed my AAA card and saved some hard-earned cash.
I was happy to get a $100 rebate in the mail after the job was done.
I sure don't know how they do it, but I do know they get it done, and they get it done right.
Broadway transmission. We'll get your shift together and back on the road fast. Check us out on the web at BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and see how it's done.
What if I told you your family of 4 could have an all-inclusive outing for only $55? The York Revolution are telling you that right now. The Family Fun Pack includes 4 flexible ticket vouchers to be used whenever you'd like, 4 food vouchers for hot dogs, chips, and drinks, 2 playground wristbands, and a parking pass. Again, $55. Have more than 4 in your family? Additional tickets and food vouchers are only $10. Buy online at YorkRevolution.com, over the phone at 801-HITS, or in person at the Apple Chevrolet ticket office.
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
2-1, the Revs lead it on Telvin Nash's missile as we head to the second inning. And welcome back to York, Johan Lamonte, who tips his helmet toward the Revs dugout, I should say. And he's off to a good start to begin the year, playing at first base tonight. As Martinez kicks, and his first pitch of the inning is right there for a strike. Limo, that last home start that Martinez made Game 3 of the playoffs 2 years ago, Lamonte had the walk-off hit for York against Sugar Land. 0-1 pitch is on the outside corner, and that's a strike. Lamonte 6 for 13, 3 doubles, 3 driven in. Their leading hitter entering the night, the 0-2. And a half swing, he went around, fooled on a slider in the dirt. Paniagua using that new catcher's gear to block it, and tags him out. One away, we'll pause for station identification here on Revolution Radio.
First in York, first in sports. Your only local sports station. The new Sports Radio 1350, WOIK, York, Pennsylvania.
One down, here is Andy LaRoche, the DH. Pitch from Martinez is smacked up the middle, and that'll make its way through into center, a first pitch base hit. So LaRoche is on. He came in just 1 for 8, but has his second Atlantic League hit. Skeeters with their third. They come in as a team tonight, hitting at .297. Revs struggling at a .212 clip, but Repko a hit, Nash a blast in that first inning. Hopefully the week at home can help them get on track. Good start thus far. Here's Patrick Palmero. A lot of famous relatives on this Sugar Land team. LaRoche, Palmero, the son of Raff, First pitch from Jorge is cut on and missed.
Well, a 2-1 Revolution lead. If the pitching holds up the way it has in the first week, Darryl, 2 runs might be all they need. Revs coming with a team ERA of 2.58, far and away in third place. Sugar Land at 4.50. That's 5th in the Atlantic League.
A lob over to first as LaRoche crawls back.
I think if you have to choose between one or the other, you'd want the quality pitching over the quality hitting. You'd love to see both, of course, but...
The 0-1 and a swing and a trickler foul behind the plate. I would agree with that, especially at this point in the year. When it's cold and the first week, if your pitching struggled, you might be a little alarmed. I think the Revs are frustrated that they haven't hit more, but I don't think there's any panic about it at this point. Here's the stretch, and Jorge the 0-2. Slider broke outside. He dropped down a little bit with the arm angle. The one frustrating thing, Will, had they gotten consistent offense that you'd expect from this lineup, they really could have won every game so far. There's the stretch and the 1-2 pitch. Slider just hooked outside. Palmeiro holds off. 2-2.
Palmeiro, good eye that time. Batting .294 coming in to this one, a .316 on base percentage. That's just one walk. Bidding for another one here as the count is 2-2.
Martinez fires, swung on, fouled it back, and out of play. Sugar Land is a little bit short-handed tonight. Tyson Gillies is day-to-day with a shoulder injury on our WellSpan Sports Medicine injury report. Pitcher Jerry Sullivan is on the disabled list. The Revs are healthy, though, knock on wood, on our WellSpan Sports Medicine injury report.
Is this counter wood?
I knock on it every time I say that. Here's a fly ball toward the tarp in right, and it'll make it back into the stands in Section 1 with Repko approaching. Palmeiro keeps it alive. Another famous relative on Sugar Land's team, Jeremy Barfield, his brother Josh, his dad Jesse. Here's the stretch, and Martinez again delivers, and a swing and a bouncer foul down the third base side. So a long at bat as Palmeiro continues to battle right past his manager, Gary Gaetti, on that foul ball, who had to shake our hands left-handed today. He's got a sling on his right arm. He had, I believe they said that he had an operation, actually. Didn't get a chance to ask him about it, but hope he recovers soon. Pitch here is down and away, a full count, and really a tremendous at-bat from Palmeiro here. 1 on, 1 out, second inning, Revs up 2-1.
And this will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat coming from Martinez to Palmeiro, who is indeed barely seeing the ball about as well as his famous father, one of just 4 major leaguers with 500 home runs and 3,000 hits.
Payoff pitch, runner not going, and a swing and a miss. Glanced off Paniagua's glove, but he's on it quickly. And Martinez, a hard-earned strikeout. You said it, the 9th pitch of the at-bat. And that is his 3rd strikeout of the night, 2 down.
Well, there's got to be no better feeling for a pitcher than winning a battle like that. You've tried and tried and tried, and you just haven't been able to get him out. And then the one he misses on, and you're like, all right.
Now our K-man for the first time, Beamer Weems, playing with a little fire, even though he's the 9th hitter. He's hitting .389. First pitch, he swings and skies it. Right center, Simmons and Repko converge. It's Repko from right. He'll put it away. And no crazy bread this time, but we are just getting started. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. A scoreless inning for Jorge. Bottom second, it's 2-1 York.
It's the angles, the ball skills, the corner kicks. It's knowing how to shield a defender off the ball. It's knowing how to make a wall pass. It's knowing how to curl the ball, how to chip it, how to trap it, how to launch it, how to finish it. It's soccer, and nobody knows that better than Flying Feet sports shoes. Flying Feet. Suit up for soccer at Flying Feet, where players new to the game find everything they need, and collegiate level players find all that that, and more. Soccer shoes for men, women, and children from the names that know the game. Adidas, Diadora, Lotto, and Nike. Players choose Flying Feet to get the right shoe at the right price. Plus a huge selection of soccer socks, soccer shorts, shin guards, and sports bags. Even referees get the nod at Flying Feet, where refs come for all their gear. Individual players, entire teams, if it's soccer, it's Flying Feet Sports Shoes, the sportswear specialty store without specialty store prices. Flying Feet. 1511 Mount Rose Avenue, just off exit 18 of I-83, next to Battery Warehouse.
Hi, this is Tom Dasher, president of Tom Dasher Investment Services. I specialize in retirement planning and strategies to meet individual personal goals. Whether you are looking for wealth accumulation or to maximize your retirement income. Oh, heck, this is sounding just like another commercial. Hey, listen, it's this simple. We use risk-free investment vehicles, whether you are looking to still build wealth accumulation or you want retirement income or a combination of both. It is all about getting your money parked in the place that will benefit you the most. If you want to do that, call me. My office number is 246-3879, or my mobile is 487-2096, or contact me at my new website at tomdasher.com.
For local sports on your smartphone, search WOIK at the App Store.
Rebs a 2-1 lead on the home run from Talbot Nash in the first inning. And Brian Pounds to get things started here in the second. First pitch from Laux is just outside. The Rebs with a couple of Houston products on this team, but they're playing for York, not Sugar Land. That would be Pounds and the former Skeeter, Michael Rocket. Laux has his sign. He stands toward third as he starts his windup and misses high with it. Ball 2. Pounds at 154 coming in here tonight. A bit of a tough road trip. Did have a multi-hit game Tuesday night at Somerset as he watches a strike come in. But looking for that consistent feel at the plate that he had all throughout the second half last season. Now the wind to the 2-1. And look out, a liner foul into the stands down the first base side. It glanced up some rows there, and hopefully everybody okay. It's 2-2.
Brian just a little bit late on that one. And when he is getting contact with the ball, he's really driving it. 2 doubles, they account for half of his hits this year.
They set up in 2-2. He swings and pops it up foul, straight back onto the roof.
Speaking of things flying and potentially crushing things, we got confirmation from Greg, our stats guy, that Talbot Nash's home run in the first inning disintegrated a carp.
Yeah, I'm sure that was official word. Pitch to Pounds, a swing and a foul tip squeezed, and a strikeout victim for Laux to begin the second. 1 away. Greg, one of our colorful characters who's been here since day one. One of the neat things they did tonight, and we were able to carry this on the pregame ceremony as well, was honoring the staff members, stadium workers who've been here since day one. Greg and his wife Lynn were part of that group. Here's James Simmons. First pitch is up high for ball 1. Strikeout the first of the night for Laux. Simmons off to a decent start, hitting at 269. A couple of runs batted in. On the pitch to him, and that's taken low.
James, another product of the Lone Star State. He's from Irving, Texas, the former home of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, he said he lived about 5 minutes away from Texas Stadium. The 2-0, swing and a miss on a fastball. But he was more of a Cowboy fan in their heyday. I don't think he stuck with them when they went in the tank.
Could you blame him?
I could not. Here's a bit of a late swing. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, born in 1985, so he's turning 31 in September. He would have been conscious of football just at the end of that Aikman and Smith and Irvin dynasty.
The wind and the 2-2. Fastball, strike 3 called, and he knew it. And that fastball at 93 on our stadium gun from Barrett Loups. 2 down in the inning. Revs on top 2-1 here in the bottom of the second. And here's a member of the all-time 10th anniversary team, Salvador Paniagua, his first at bat of the new year.
Throwing in Texas. Big.
Focusing on quality education, income opportunities, and basic health care.
All of York County can have access to the building blocks of a good quality of life.
Together we can load the bases for our community.
And hit a home run.
Give generously to the 2016 United Way Community Fund.
Find out more and give now at unitedway-york.org.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called PeoplesBank Park. PeoplesBank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at PeoplesBank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Need some fun with your food? Where else but Friendly's? Stop by Friendly's at 423 Laux Road in York for great deals like 50% off breakfast Monday to Friday from 7 to 11 a.m. or one of our 5 lunch and dinner meals for $5.55, including the quarter-pound cheeseburger. Stop by after the game with your Revs game ticket and save 15%. Friendly's has got you covered with great deals all day long. Friendly's, life with extra sprinkles.
Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Top of the third, Revs lead it 2-1. And Sugarland with the top of the order due up. Josh Prince will lead things off as we head to the third inning. 2 runs, 2 hits for York. No errors. 1 run, 3 hits for Sugarland. And Prince started the home season for the Revolution, greeting them rudely with a double off the arch nemesis, scored that first inning run. First pitch here from Jorge is swung on and lofted in the air, left field. Rocket will come in on this one. Wilson out. Rocket calls him off and makes the grab. And Prince a big swing, so at first it kind of played tricks on Rocket. He didn't break hard in right away and then realized how shallow it would be, but with his speed able to get to it, and it sounded like Prince may have cracked his bat.
How are the dimensions out in left field, Darryl? I mean, that's one advantage to having a wall so close to the plate, is that left fielders don't have that much real estate to have to cover.
Here is Jeff Dominguez, 2-hole hitter, and Martinez delivers a strike. And it's almost like the ball over their head, they don't really have to worry about too much. Here's the 0-1, and that's up high. Dominguez a sac bunt back in the first inning, which preceded the sac fly from Brooks Conrad, who's on deck. 1-1 pitch and a swing and a looper foul, back and out of play. A lot of silver on that new catcher's gear for Paniagua, some navy and gold splashed in with the artistic design. I'll have to get a better look at all of the taste of York that's on it, but there's some interesting nuggets. There's a slider inside, 2-2. Some historical landmarks worked into it. Brilliant design. The wind and the 2-2. And that's upstairs. It'll be a full count.
There's the second full count for Martinez tonight. That 9-pitch strikeout of Patrick Palmero.
The payoff pitch. And that missed a little bit high, ball 4. So Dominguez, a 1-out walk. First walk of the night from Martinez. And here's Conrad, who drove in the first inning run on a sac fly. Revs up 2-1 here in the third.
Brooks Conrad, on and off major leaguer, made his major league debut with the Athletics back in 2008, has since played for the Braves, Brewers, the Rays, last with the San Diego Padres back in 2014. Spent last year with the Las Vegas 51s of the Pacific Coast League.
Martinez was asking for one of those popsicle sticks to clean his spikes with. It's a damp, raw night, and plenty of actual rain hit this field throughout the day. And it's not so much last night, it was this morning when it started, but tarp was on and off a couple of times today, and then the tuxedo-clad staff finally removed it at about 5:30.
A different kind of March of the Penguins there.
So 1 on, 1 out here in the third inning. Jorge's got the cleat traction he was looking for. And first pitch to Conrad is right in for a called strike. Our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard tonight. Lancaster hosting Somerset in their home opener. Here's the 0-1. And Conrad started. Did he stop? They appeal out near second base. And the umpire out there, Eric Solfero, says no swing. Well, when the internet works again, I'll give you that. Do you have it, Will?
I have it. You're talking Lancaster?
Yeah.
That's top of the second and no score.
Oh, that's exciting. Here's a swing and a tapper foul down along the line at first.
I got the rest of them for you as well. Top of the third from Bethpage Ballpark. Long Island leading Southern Maryland 3-1. And then bottom of the first inning from Bridgeport, Lufich trailing the New Britain Bees 2-0.
Are you hogging all the internet again?
Guilty as charged.
Mine finally just loaded. But now we're good. Here's the stretch. And the 1-2. Cold third strike. A high slider. Martinez gets the high strike call and has his fourth punch out of the night. 2 down here in the third.
Oh, that was pretty. It was high all the way, and then the last possible moment, it crosses letter high. Really couldn't have done that any better, and you don't expect that from a slider that stays high. You expect it to be one that hangs up, and you're thinking Conrad's going to get a good pitch. Fortunately for Martinez, it was just high enough.
Here's Travis Scott, who singled to right his first time, and he'll take down low for ball one. Dominguez at first still on the walk, now with 2 outs in the inning. Revs a 2-1 lead on Nash's 2-run first inning home run. There's the 1-0, and just outside.
Well, Scott, not just a one-trick pony with the walk-off grand slam last night. He was 4 for 6 with a couple of runs and that grand slam. His first 4 hits of the year. Came into that game 0 for 8, exited 4 for 14.
2-0, swung on, pulled past the sprawled out Nash and into right. Dominguez rounding second, he'll make it first to third. And Travis Scott with a sharp ground base hit. Nash laid out, trying to smother it to the backhand, but it snuck under the diving effort. And Travis Scott 2 for 2 on the night. He always seems to kill his former team.
226 header for the Revolution back in 2012. Played 79 games behind the plate for York.
Well, we sure enjoyed having him, but he has really been a centerpiece in Skeeters history. Now in his 4th season with them. Here's Barfield, who struck out his first time. Martinez the pitch, and a swing and a miss. A lot of depth on that slider, and Barfield was gearing up for something faster. Struck him out on a foul tip, ending the first inning. He's got a first and third situation here with 2 outs. It's the 0-1. Slider popped up foul, straight back. And Martinez has the jump. 0-2.
This season will be a bit of a deja vu for Barfield, who began last year with the New Britain Rock Cats, formerly of the AA Eastern League. They are now the Hartford Yard Goats and facilitated the entry of the Bees.
Slider down and away, 1-2.
Let's see, when do the Skeeters go to New Britain for the first time? Oh, very next trip. Very next series, they're going to go there.
Long ride. Now the 1-2. Slider breaks low and outside.
The Revs, meanwhile, are in the midst of a massive homestand. The Bridgeport Bluefish will come into town Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for 4 games, including a day-night doubleheader on the Wednesday, before taking Thursday off and then heading on the road to Southern Maryland next weekend.
2-2. Oh, missed down and in. Tried to sneak a fastball in after all those sliders away. He'll run the count full with Barfield. So Scott will have the head start from first with 2 outs.
Not much of a speedster, being a catcher. Will that matter, though?
Martinez has his sign. And the payoff pitch, slider down low. Paniagua will kick it a couple of feet off to the right, able to make the block, but it is ball 4. And the second walk of the inning, and Sugar Land has them loaded for another former Rev, Johan Lamonte, coming up. Strikeout victim in the second inning. Jorge will take a little stroll behind the mound. He'll be facing his fellow countrymen here. The two were close when they were teammates here in York 2 years ago. Both from Cuba. As Jorge steps off, and Limo with a frightening tale of getting on the boat to escape.
Oh, man.
First pitch is down low. Jorge was able to make his way here, fortunately, a few years back on a public interest visa for humanitarian purposes, the official name of it, July of 2013. And he went to school in the U.S. and played winter ball in Puerto Rico, and then signed with York. He deals, and a late swing. Limo shoots a foul into the sweet level on the third base side. Ball and a strike.
Must have been surreal for both combatants in this at-bat to see last month the game in Havana, the Cuban national team of the Tampa Bay Rays. President Obama was there. President Raul Castro of Cuba was there. All right, we had that on in the WOYK offices, and it was quite the sight to behold.
The 1-1. Swung on, line to center for a hit. Dominguez in to score, and they put up the stop sign on Scott. 2-2, and Limo hurts his former team. Travis Scott and Johan Lamonte with base hits against their former club this inning. Only the 1 run in, they're still loaded, and Fletch will spend a visit here with the score now tied 2 apiece. Lamonte continues his hot hitting to begin the season, now 7 for 15.
That's got to put him near the top in terms of eligible men on the batting leaderboards here in the Atlantic League. I didn't see him on first glance. He might not have had enough at-bats to qualify. Just 4 games, and of course this being the 8th.
They opened up, Sugar Land did, winning their first 3 against Bridgeport, and then got smoked in the finale of that series. Lost their first 2 to Lancaster, but then won that game last night. Here's Andy LaRoche with a run home, bases still loaded. 3 straight have reached with 2 outs, and Jorge's first one in the dirt. Paniagua blocks it off to the right and slides after it. Runners stay put. It's ball 1 on LaRoche.
Sugar Land's leading hitter, of course, Tyson Gillies. He is day-to-day, as you mentioned. Right below him was Jeff Dominguez coming into this one, of those eligible for the batting crown. long way off from awarding that crown, but we keep track.
That is how the numbers work out early on. Here's a swing and a pop-up. At first base, it's Nash. And lumbering in onto the grass, he squeezes it, and that'll end the inning. So only the one run comes across. Some two-out trouble for Martinez, but he does leave the bases loaded. 2 hits in the inning, couple of walks. Tied at 2 as we head to the bottom half of the third.
An invasive pest that's already killed millions of ash trees is bearing down on our communities. The emerald ash borer, or EAB, means certain death for every ash tree it infects. The good news is that you can protect your property's ash trees with help from Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. Our EAB prevention methods are effective, environmentally safe, and less costly than removing your dead tree, which is the only alternative to prevention. Learn more at heritagelawnandlandscape.com.
Wednesdays are the worst. I've got to get the kids to school in time, to get to work, then it's just one long day of meetings. But hey, at least I don't have to worry about making dinner.
Kids eat free with People's Bank. Save money at every Wednesday home game.
So now when the Revs are in town, I just pull into a People's Bank, pick up that week's coupon, and dinner is done. Revolution Wednesdays? Awesome. Revolution!
Thanks to People's Bank, kids eat free at every Wednesday home game. No need to be a People's Bank customer. Just pick up your coupon at any People's Bank branch and do dinner at PeoplesBank Park. 1 coupon per child per game.
Listen up, people.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
He's a professional. I got Coach David Shaw here on the Rich Eisen Show with me. If you continue to win, there is a shot that you have for 100% to be in the college playoff. Do you talk about this with your kids at all?
We don't really avoid it, but we don't emphasize it because things like that are earned. There's no benefit of talking about things that you haven't earned.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Weekdays at noon on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. York Sports on your mobile device or online at WOYK1350.com.
This is Hall of Fame third baseman Brooks Robinson. You're listening to York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Revs and Skeeters tied at 2 as we go to the bottom half of the third. Michael Rocket will lead things off. I think Revs fans will really enjoy seeing him play, his intensity. A lot of guys on this team. He's certainly one of them. First pitch from Laux is down in the dirt. Rocket comes in tonight swinging the bat pretty well. A lot of hard outs here recently. He's hitting .217, but again, a lot of hard hit outs. Pitch to him is low and away, and it's 2-0. If the Revs had any luck at all in that trip to Somerset, he had a game-tying hit in the 6th on Tuesday night, but went right into the pitcher's glove on an absolute missile as he lays off low and away. 3 balls and no strikes. Sugar Land native played his first 2 Atlantic League seasons with the home team. 3-0, and he watches a strike. Last year was in Camden. He was a teammate of his brother Daniel, who I noticed has followed us on Twitter, so that's nice. We thank him for that. Get his updates on his older brother from there. 3-1, swung on, fouled back over the roof. Now a full count. Repko and Wilson to follow here in the third.
Michael Rocket, well traveled around this Atlantic League. Like many Atlantic League players, spent 2 years with the Sugar Land Skeeters back in 13 and 14 before heading to the River Sharks last year.
Now Laux ready, a deep breath, the 3-2, and a foul back again onto the roof for Rocket.
Well, I haven't been here long, Darryl, but I've noticed that about a lot of the guys we've profiled. Once you get into the Atlantic League, you tend to bounce around the league quite a bit.
Yeah, that's kind of a strange dynamic, but the Revs have really benefited from that. Some of the players that they've signed over the years that played here as visitors and then wanted to come here because they enjoyed it so much. Pitch to Rocket is down low. He works out the leadoff walk. Good eye, good at bat, and Rocket on base to begin things here in the third. I know Mace was really excited to add him to the outfield. Very early in the offseason is when that signing got done. And so did Repko's signing. That was a very early one. And he was stoked to come back to York. He would have been here last year, but he had to continue to rehab at least a month into the Atlantic League season as Laux steps off. And Repko started the first inning with a single to lead off the home season. Scored on Nash's dinger. Repko an 8-game hitting streak now to start the year. First pitch, a fastball in for a strike. Almost looked like Laux quick pitched a little bit, which is almost impossible from the stretch, but he came set and very quickly was into his motion. Now a move to first. Rocket dives back.
Well, Michael, not quite a rocket on the base paths, but he'll get his fair share of stolen bases. Swiped 7 with Camden last year and 9 in the 2 years combined with the Skeeters.
Lamonta holds him, pitch to Repko, a curveball, and it snaps in for a strike.
That had him fooled. He was turning that shoulder thinking it was going to come in and hit him.
That's the first one we've seen from Laux tonight, maybe saving that for the second time through the order. Now Rockets got his lead. And the 0-2, swinging a foul straight back into the net.
Jason Repko has seen opening days all across baseball since 1999 when he was with the Great Falls Voyagers, Dodgers rookie team in the Pioneer League. Opening day starter for the Los Angeles Dodgers in 2006 when Kenny Lofton got injured.
Pitch and a swing and a miss. Slider in the dirt. And Laux wins the matchup this time. That's his third strikeout. One down here in the third.
One last thought on that. I'm sure Dodger Stadium opening day was spectacular to witness, but I'll bet you they didn't have a cannon.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never heard of one at Dodger Stadium. Here's Josh Wilson, who lined out to center in his first AB. Laux making his second start. And he steps off, looking rocket back. He allowed just 1 run in 4 innings against Bridgeport in their third game of the season last Saturday. Struck out 6, didn't walk any. Did give up 6 hits in 4 innings. And deals here in a line drive, but Wilson out in front, pulls it foul off a seat. Right next to the railing overlooking the Sugarland bullpen.
His eyes got a little too big that time. Solid contact, just a split second early. Josh Wilson, well traveled, just like Jason Repko. Stayed a bit healthier than Jason did, and Wilson, if he plays most of the season this year, will come up on 2,000 professional baseball games for his career sometime in 2017.
And foul back off the netting. 0-2. It's impressive when you think about the process of getting ready for a game every day and the hours that go into it before the game even starts. To think about going through it that many times.
For almost 20 years now. You haven't even done this job for 20 years yet.
No, not even half. Oh, a fastball in, got a piece of him. Glanced off right around the midsection, a glancing blow. It's a hit by pitch though, and that came on 0-2. Laux certainly didn't mean to do that. Wilson on base, and 2 aboard for Andres Perez.
The best kind of hit by pitch right there, just a flesh wound against Josh Wilson. Means he's not going to have any lingering sting as he rounds the bases. And he might have to in a hurry here. He's got a man in front of him and 1 out, and the heart of the order coming up.
Let's hope so. Perez a ground out to second his first time. And Laux checking, now dealing, and misses high. Speaking of games played, Perez tonight playing in his 403rd game all-time with York. Went over 400 the other night at Somerset. Laux nods yes. He's ready. And the 1-0. That hit Dre on the jersey. Fastball up near the letters. And it got a piece of the uni. Back-to-back hit batters, and they're loaded for Mr. Nash. Thing almost got stuck in Perez's jersey. He's checking the buttons to make sure they're still intact.
Well, I got some pearl studs in this tuxedo shirt I can lend him if he needs an extra button.
I left mine in the office. I got in this thing in about 3 minutes.
You heathen!
The bare essentials. Bases loaded with no hits in the inning, a walk and 2 hit batters. And here's Mr. Nash. First pitch from Laux, missed outside.
Oh, Barrett's really walking a tightrope now. The one guy you can't pitch around, and the one situation you can't pitch around.
Talvin Nash hit one that got lost in the gray skies deep beyond the arch nemesis in the first. What a homecoming. The 1-0. Oh, up near his ear flap as he takes a seat. That was scary. Chin music. Nash dropping his bat as he fell to the dirt. He'll brush himself off, and it's 2-0. Laux has completely lost the feel for it here.
They've got to send Jeff Scott out at some point, the pitching coach for Sugar Land. Laux just can't find the plate. And now he's going to have to find the plate here, and Telvin knows that. This is a great, great hitter's count in the ultimate hitter situation.
And stay loose. Here's the 2-0, and a slider for a strike. He couldn't throw the fastball for a strike. He went slider and got it over. Certainly easier said than done to dig right back in after a ball up near your whiskers. And now Laux will step off. He wants to go through the setup again with Travis Scott. I'm sure on a night like this, it is tougher to grip it. Now a nod yes from the righty. And the 2-1, swing and a miss. Nash didn't get cheated, but Laux kept this one down. 92 in the gun, and the count evened up.
Easy, big fella. Whew. You could feel that swing all the way back here. Not that it's saying much. I mean, we're closer to the action than in any ballpark in the Atlantic League. Still.
It is an awesome seat, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. What do you do when you go to other ballparks?
I dream about this one.
You need your own telescope.
2-2, Nash a step out.
Polanco coming over, giving some advice to Rocket on third base.
And now time asked for again. Laux and Scott struggling to get on the same page here. First inning home run. Nash is 8th in 12 games here, going back to last September. And now Scott will have to be called out to discuss this in person.
And the Boo Birds coming out early tonight at PeoplesBank Park. This game has really slowed down here in the bottom of the third inning. Coming up on the 8 o'clock hour here from South Central PA.
Nash climbs back in. 2-2 it remains. And Laux ready now. Kick, steals, swing and a miss. He wins the battle with a high fastball. That's his 4th strikeout, 2nd of the inning, and still nobody's put the ball in play this inning. It's gone walk, strikeout, 2 hit batters, and now strikeout. And Joel Guzman will try to change that.
Boy, the feeling of that at bat, Darryl, was that it was either going to be a home run or a strikeout. There was no middle ground the way Nash was swinging and the way that Laux was dealing the ball.
Well, here's Guzman, who will try to cash in with 2 outs. Tied at 2. Here in the bottom of the third, he flew to right field his first time. First home game for Joel with York. First pitch is swung on and missed. A similar cut to the ones that Talvin Nash was unleashing. These guys don't get cheated. Some heavy swingers in this lineup.
He had to swing heavy. That was 93 from Loucks' right arm.
Well, now Guzman will ask for time. Loucks really in no rhythm here. Last year he made 3 starts at AAA with the Cubs. Oh my, now time asked for again. And it looks like, I think he's having trouble seeing the signs. Scott's going to the tap signs to the knee and the shoulder and all of that. Unless they're doing that solely because there's a runner at second, but this is ridiculous.
Oh man.
And now steps off again and has to ask Travis Scott to come out again.
Can we send out a translator or something? Rosetta Stone baseball edition, perhaps?
By rule, these sign visits do not get charged to the 3 that you're allotted in the Atlantic League, but
oh, we'll change that.
This may need to make an amendment this inning.
Guzman now just itching to perhaps increase his RBI total. 1 for the season, 5th in the league last year.
There's the 0-1. Fastball in, it's off the glove of Scott. Here comes Rocket, he'll slide in. Rebs take the lead 3-2. It'll be a pass ball on Travis Scott. The pitch was in, but should have been handled. And that'll alleviate some of the pressure. Rocket took off right away and slid home before Scott could even return it to Loucks covering. No play at the plate. It's 3-2 York. And still no balls put in play this inning. And now second and third, a 1-1 count on Guzman. Revs have gone back in front, looking for more. And the 1-1, swing and a miss, a fastball up and away. That one at 92. Loucks now at 61 pitches. Here with 2 outs in the third. Here's the stretch. And the 1-2 to Guzman. Swung on a line drive, base hit to left. Wilson scores. Here comes Perez. He's going to score. Slides in as the throw is cut off. And Joel Guzman yanks a 2-run single to left. 5-2, the Revs lead it here in the third inning in their home opener.
Well, the fans were just bottled up and waiting for something. All of the malls strolling around action around the base paths throughout all that, and then Guzman with some solid contact. First ball out of the infield of this frame, and it's a 3-run lead.
Big base hit for him, and he needed it too. Get him going. Here's Brian Pounds, who swings and misses as Loucks gave him a first pitch hook.
Guzman now at 3 RBIs for the season, looking to match his Camden total from last year, 70 ribeye stakes. That was 5th in the entire Atlantic League.
That'd be good. There's the 0-1 to Pounds and a swing and a miss on a high fastball. Well, so far, as hoped, the return home would relax these hitters a bit, get into their home environment, and already this is a season high for runs scored in a game for the offense with a 5-2 lead. Here's the 0-2 to Pounds and a foul back off the netting.
Certainly a welcome sight for Jorge Martinez, who gave up just the 1 run in the 6 innings in New Britain last Friday night, but was a hard luck 1-0 loser.
One hit. On the stretch, another 0-2 on the way, and a curveball line to left center field. Barfield over, that's in the gap, and down for a hit, back against the wall. Guzman around third. He'll score, and Pounds is in with an RBI double. Guzman all the way around from first to score on it. And they're up on their feet here at PeoplesBank Park. It's a 4-run inning and a 6-2 lead. 3 innings into the home schedule here in 2016. He did it so often last year. And Brian Pounds sends one to the gap for the RBI double.
Well, I would not be surprised if Barrett Laux gets the hook right now if Simmons gets on. He only lasted 4 innings in his first start in New Britain. Went much better than this one did. He gave just a 1 run.
First pitch to Simmons is fouled back over the roof.
Simmons, the 8th batter of the inning. This one started with a 7-pitch walk that Michael Rocket took, and since then it's been all Revs on patience and grit and just pure swinging.
0-1, and a swing and a miss on a fastball. Andrew Johnston up throwing for Sugarland in their bullpen. The Revs coming in had scored just 14 runs in 7 games, just 10 runs the last 6 games. They've hung 6 here early on tonight. The 0-2 to Simmons, way high with a fastball. He was rung up on a called third and his only at bat thus far. 8th hitter of the inning. All these runs with 2 outs also. There's the stretch. And the 1-2 swing and a miss. Got him on a fastball. And in all of that, Barrett Laux strikes out the side and has 5 Ks on the night. But the Revs have 4 more runs. They do it on just 2 hits. There was a walk, 2 hit batters, 1 runner left. Will DeBoer has the play-by-play in the 4th. At the end of 3 on opening night in York, it's the Revs 6 and the Skeeters 2.
Smith, Mayer & Little is a holistic wealth management group with one product, advice. We aim to simplify our clients' lives, help them retire comfortably, and build lasting legacies for their families and the causes they care about. Our purpose is simple, to make a meaningful difference in the lives of our clients, our community, and the world in which we live with the advice we provide. Smith, Mayer & Little, a wealth of knowledge about wealth. We make our living by making a difference. Visit us at financialjava.com.
Janney Montgomery Scott LLC, member NYSE, FINRA, and SIPC.
Let's welcome back Gus, the second most famous groundhog in Pennsylvania.
Thanks, Glenn.
How was your birthday?
Great. We went to a Mexican restaurant. I played the maracas. It was a real blowout.
Speaking of which, tell us about the new blowout instant games from the Pennsylvania Lottery.
You can win $225 million in cash prizes.
Sounds like my kind of party. Thanks again, Gus.
Keep on scratching.
The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Eric Hosmer's got nothing on this. Mad Dash Grilled Cheese is comfort for Eric's finest. Mad Dash is Central PA's favorite artisan grilled cheese truck, bringing you creative concoctions with the freshest and most flavorful ingredients. Available for food truck festivals, weddings, corporate, and private caterings. Find Mad Dash this year along the third base line at PeoplesBank Park for all York Revolution home games. Call 717-574-5168 or visit online at mad-grilledcheese.com. Mad Dash Artisan Grilled Cheese. Welcome home.
First in York, first in sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
And we're back to the top of the 4th inning from PeoplesBank Park. The first pitch from Jorge Martinez misses high and outside to Patrick Palmero. Revs breaking out with a big crooked number in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 4 runs on just the 2 hits, and a lot of generosity from the pitcher Laux as Martinez gets a letter-high slider. 1-1 the count. Will DeBoer with you on WOYK. York. First in York, first in sports. All that good stuff. Martinez side-armed with a bit, and he missed high to Palmero. 2 balls and 1 strike. Palmero and Martinez engaged in a fantastic duel back in the 2nd inning, just after Jorge had given up a single to Andy LaRoche. 9 pitches he threw to Palmero, and he ends up striking him out. And there's a fastball that missed inside. 3 balls and 1 strike. That one didn't miss by much, but Peniagua had to flex that mitt way out to his left, and judging by that inaccuracy, McCaffrey gave him the ball. Here's a 3-1. Same sort of thing. Missed inside. Ball 4 to Patrick Palmero, who works himself out. A base on ball this time around. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID here on WOYK.
First in York. First in sports. Your only local sports station. The new Sports Radio 1350. WOYK, York, Pennsylvania.
I just said that. Oh, these recordings, I just don't ever listen. Beamer Weems, the shortstop, up now. First pitch, breaking ball down the heart of George Street for strike 1. Weems flew out to right field his first time up. A ninth batter shortstop from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Turned 26 back in January. Gets under this one, pops it up, drifting foul towards the first base seats, and about 6 rows up, going to a lucky young fan from Dallas town. 0-2 players in the league's history named Beamer. Palmero on first. Stole 4 bases with the Skeeters last season. Medium lead, Nash holding him on. 0-2, low and outside. That's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Martinez tried to get him to fish. Weemers wasn't having any of it. Just past 8 o'clock here in south central Pennsylvania. Temperature dipping in the low 40s. Crowd calling for breadsticks. Indeed, this was the Crazy Bread batter, the K batter. In this one, it's a fly ball. It one hops to the arch nemesis out in left field. Into third is Palmero on at second. With a long double is Beamer Weems, and Martinez with his back against the wall immediately here in the top of the 4th inning. So that'll flip the order, and for his 3rd plate appearance of the day, we see Josh Prince, the leadoff man. Prince doubled off the arch nemesis to lead off the game, ended up scoring on a sac fly from Brooks Conrad. Then he flew out a bit more shallow into left field in the 3rd inning. He takes one high and tight for ball 1. Martinez working from the middle of the rubber, keeping an eye on third base. Here's the pitch. Taken at the knees for called strike 1. That was a slider. Revs 6, Sugarland 2 here in the top of the 4th inning. It's Palmero on third, Weems on second. Nobody down. There's a breaking ball right down the heart for strike 2. Martinez playing freeze frame with his batters so far. Prince with a base hit can cut into this Revolution lead. From the stretch, 1-2, swung on and missed for strike 3. Got him with a breaking ball, soared outside, and Prince couldn't hold up on it. First strikeout for Prince today, and for Martinez, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ks. Now it's the lefty, Jeff Dominguez, a switch hitter out in right field. No official at bat today, a sac bunt back in the first and a walk and a run in the 3rd. Infield playing pretty much normal depth. There's a breaking ball that crosses belt high for strike 1. And Martinez from the stretch. Low and in, that is ball 1. Jorge about to throw his 70th pitch of the ball game. 25 big ones in that 3rd inning. A very long 3rd inning here from PeoplesBank Park between all the pitches he threw and the 4 runs the Revs scored. There's a warm burner over to second base. That'll bring home 1 run. Perez, the easy throw over to first base. Into scores Palmero. It's an RBI ground out for Jeff Dominguez, and the Skeeters get one back. It's 6-3 York. Weems advancing to third base that time, so with two down and a man 90 feet from the plate, we've got Brooks Conrad coming into the fold. Conrad, sac fly to score Prince back in the first inning, and a looking strikeout back in the third. Martinez's first pitch is tight for ball one. Sugarland looking for its first crooked number of the ball game. York scoring its runs in bunches, 2 in the first, 4 in the third. And there's a little check swing and a number rolling back to the backstop for strike one against Conrad. Brooks stands in. Sugarland wearing those bright blue jerseys with the gray armpits as Martinez misses low and in for ball two. And those charcoal pants with the blue and white stripe down the pant leg. York in its brilliant home whites with the Revolution in script across the front. In blue lettering with the yellow trim. What more do you need? Very classic. Breaking ball breaks early. It's a 59-foot slider from Martinez. Now the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Ray Argan didn't quite pick that up. It's 41 miles an hour on the gun. Martinez working in a 3-1 hole now, and he let him go. Ball 4 misses high to Conrad. So Jorge Martinez, maybe it's the cold tiring here in the 4th inning. He's up to 75 pitches. And that'll bring up Travis Scott, one of the highest hitters in the Atlantic League right now. A couple of singles for Travis in the 1st and the 3rd innings, coming off of that walk-off grand slam last night in Texas. Flexes the bat, slightly open stance for the lefty Scott. Here's Martinez's first pitch, a ground ball over to short, easily played by Wilson. Soft tosses over to first, in time, side retired. So the Skeeters get one back, but Martinez weathers the storm for the most part. For Sugarland, 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, 2 left on. Middle of the 4th, your score, Revs 6, Skeeters 3 here on WOYK.
Come and celebrate 10 years of York Revolution baseball with the Celebrate York Series presented by Memorial Hospital. The series honors significant contributions from York, Pennsylvania's most notable events and favorite citizens with giveaways every Friday night home game. The series kicks off on Friday, April 29th with Governor Tom Wolf Bobblehead Night. Visit YorkRevolution.com for more details. It's the Celebrate York Series, proudly presented by Memorial Hospital for the York Revolution's 10th anniversary season.
It's time for York Mitsubishi's Spring Sell-Off Sale, now through April 30th. Save on all Outlanders, Lancers, Outlander Sports, and Mirages, with financing as low as 0% for 72 months and rebates up to $3,500. And as always, get our famous 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. So stop by during York Mitsubishi's Spring Sell-Off Sale and see what we can do for you. York Mitsubishi, just off Route 30 on Roosevelt Avenue, York, where Mitsubishis always cost less. Individual game tickets are now on sale for the 2016 York Revolution season. Be there as the Revs celebrate their 10th anniversary season with the biggest promotional schedule in team history. 20 giveaways, including 8 bobbleheads, inside the park fireworks shows every Saturday, and a host of incredible entertainment acts like Cowboy Monkey Rodeo, Superstars, the Philly Fanatic, and an appearance by former NASCAR driver Ernie Irvan. Buy online at YorkRevolution.com, over the phone at 801-HITS, or in person at the Apple Chevrolet ticket office.
Your county, your teams. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
York 6, Sugarland 3 as we head into the last of the fourth inning. Paniagua, Rocket, and Repko due up for the Revolution, and it looks to be a new pitcher for the Sugarland Skeeters. This pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Oh, hold up, that's no pitching change, that is Barrett Laux. All right, we're take back the donuts, we'll give them away to you the next time there is a pitching change. Laux with 71 pitches through his 3 innings. I would have thought his goose was cooked. Apparently not. Paniagua fouls the first pitch back. It clips the top of the net. Otherwise, that one may be ending up in our suite here in the PeoplesBank Park. This is expensive equipment, Sally. We can't have you breaking it. Paniagua bounced out to third his first time up. And Laux looking for a better fourth inning than he had in the third. And there's a ground ball softly hit over to short. Long run for Weems, who has it. Throw over to first base in time, 1 away. Well, Weems knew the kind of runner he had to get out and took as much time as he needed. So now Michael Rocket, who started that ruckus in the bottom of the third inning, drawing a 7-pitch walk, going to second and third on hit batsmen and scoring on a pass ball. First pitch, Weems with a little short bounce into the catcher's mitt for ball 1. Michael Rocket, Mr. Consistency, 137 games last season for the Camden River Sharks as he takes just a hair outside for ball 2. He was a .269 hitter in Camden, 20 doubles, a couple of home runs, 40 RBIs, and quite skillful with the gloves. He takes up and in for ball 3, a breaking ball that didn't break. A member of the red, white, and blue all-defense team in the Atlantic League was Michael Rocket. And he takes on the inside corner for strike 1, a fastball all the way. Lokes just grooving that one. 3-1 pitch. Golfed foul and out of play over the club seats down the first base line. The count goes full. Nice battle back by Lokes to get Rocket on the verge of a strikeout, just like he had in the third inning. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Got a fastball by him at 90 miles an hour, and Rocket will stroll back to the dugout. That flips the order, and Jason Repko coming back up. Jason, his third plate appearance. A single and a run back in the first. He came home on Telvin Nash's homer, and a strikeout in the third. Into the windup is Lokes. The first pitch, breaking ball, breaks early for ball 1. Lokes with his 80th pitch of the ball game right there. 6 runs against, but also 6 strikeouts for the Texas man. And there's a sharp ground ball over to second, taken on 3 hops by Conrad. Easy throw to first base in time, side retired. Much better inning for Lokes that time. Revs go down in order. At the end of 4, your score, York 6, Sugarland 3. You're listening to Revolution Baseball here on WOYK.
You hear a lot about CPAP masks these days. But here's something you don't hear much about. Over half of the people who wear a CPAP mask for sleep stop wearing it within a year. How's that working for you? Dr. Gordon Bell would like you to hear this. York Dental Sleep Therapy has dental options that can help many of those people. If you or someone you live with is struggling with sleep apnea, visit yorksleep.com and see how Dr. Gordon Bell can help return your home to peaceful nights of deep, restful sleep. If you're groggy during the workday, if you wake up feeling exhausted, if you would like to get your nighttime sleep patterns back to a healthy state, get a confirmation from your doctor, then meet with Dr. Bell at his office on West Market Street in Hallam. He'll evaluate your symptoms and discuss which treatments would best suit your situation. Dr. Bell can restore restful sleep and get you feeling better day and night. York Dental Sleep Therapy. Call 316-1299 or visit yorksleep.com to learn more.
Pain doesn't take Sunday off. Neither do we. We're open weekdays 8 to 8 and weekends 9 to 6. Just walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics, 2319 South George Street in York, across from the Apple Hill Health Campus. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today.
Follow York Sports on your Android. Search Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Top of the fifth from PeoplesBank Park. Will DeBoer with you on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. Revs lead the Skeeters 6-3 on opening night as we're a half inning away from an official ball game. The weather was uncooperative earlier in the day, but that's the time that you want bad weather. Pretty good weather so far tonight, 48 degrees according to the Clippers clock out in left center field. Barfield, LaMonta, and LaRoche due up to face Jorge Martinez in the top half of the fifth inning, and there's a sharp ground ball fair down the third base line, drifting into the corner. Rocket over to retrieve it, and rolling into second is Jeremy Barfield. First pitch he sees, a leadoff double for the Skeeters, who are trying to get back into this ball game. For Barfield, his third double of the season, a strong start for him. He is 8 of 25, so just a tick under 333 for the average. Right now, Johan LaMonta, RBI single back in the third inning. And there's a strike at the letters, 0-1. LaMonta tied the game for Sugar Land in that top half of the third before the Revs broke out for 4 in the bottom half. Martinez giving the look over to Barfield, medium lead at second base. There's a fastball missing outside, ball 1. Well, let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by York Mitsubishi. Once we pull that up, and after this pitch is a breaking ball that breaks outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. It appears Darrell took all the internet with him. We will get you that out-of-town scoreboard as soon as old World Wide Web decides to come to our little part of the world. 2-1 for Martinez. Jammed him inside, fouled back to the screen, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here we go, the bottom of the fifth inning from Long Island. Ducks and Southern Maryland tied 3 apiece. Top of the fourth from Lancaster. Barnstormers and the undefeated Patriots knotted up at 1. And top of the fourth from Harbor Yard and Bridgeport. Bluefish trailing New Britain by the score of 5-0. Martinez with the rock and the roll in the 2-2. Chopper over to second, charged by Perez. He's got it. Throw over to first base is low, taken by Nash. And there's out number 1. Barfield going over to third base. It works just like a swinging bunt. So now Andy LaRoche coming up to the dish. Just a deep fly ball is all it'll take for him to shave another run off of this Revolution lead. Barfield on third with 1 out. And the first pitch coming inside, ball 1. Andy LaRoche, from a famous baseball family, of course, son of Dave LaRoche and the brother of Adam LaRoche, who we heard so much about in spring training. And that time, LaRoche takes one off of the left bicep. Martinez hits his first batter of the contest, matching the couple that Lokes had in the third inning. And now Martinez at 84 pitches may be tiring, and we are going to see a meeting on the mound that appears to be Mark Mason, the manager. Will this be it for Martinez? It appears so. Oh, Jorge gets a pat on the back, a couple of high fives from his teammates. Martinez, solid early, but he will leave without the chance to get a win. Coming in from the bullpen, that's Tony Pena. We'll let him warm up and tell you all about him when we come back here on Revolution Baseball on WOYK.
Providing quality services efficiently and in a timely manner to its clients is the mission of the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis & Calkins. GSLSC is equipped to handle any real estate transactions, leases, residential and commercial real estate settlements, zoning issues, and all matters involving municipalities. They are also experienced in the formation and operation of family real estate ventures that are tax sensitive to the needs of the investors. Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis & Calkins is an approved title insurance agency and can provide you with title insurance and legal representation at one low cost when buying a home or investment property. Don't risk any real estate settlement without an experienced real estate attorney from the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis & Calkins at your side. Phone 717-757-7602. They've been handling residential and commercial real estate matters in South Central Pennsylvania for more than 50 years. With mortgage interest rates at an all-time low, now is the time to buy or refinance. Phone 717-757-7602 today or visit their website, gslsc.com.
Get into the ball game with great savings and great weekly specials at all your favorite neighborhood family markets. Use your gold card every time you shop and you'll automatically receive your savings and rewards. And you'll get incredible deals on the new Best Yet brand products at Nell's, Saubles, Wetzel's, Chris's New Oxford, and Stauffer's Downingtown markets. So get into the game with some great savings at all your favorite neighborhood family markets. Always a hit and always a great catch.
There's only one place for local high school sports. Sports Radio 1350.
And right on time, we come back for this pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Tony Pena coming on, hoping to put some donuts on the scoreboard. He inherits a couple of base runners from the starter Jorge Martinez, and now he's got Patrick Palmero to deal with. Palmero a walk and a run his last time up in the fourth. First pitch coming inside for ball one. Tony Pena making his third appearance on the young season for the Revs. He is yet to allow a run, 4 innings, no hits, no runs, a walk and 5 strikeouts. He also has one of the wins for the Revolution this campaign. The base runners are Barfield on third, LaRoche on first with 1 out, and there is a pop foul soaring into the first base bleachers. A young fan from New Freedom will take that home. The line on Tony Pena, it's not final just yet, but we can tell you 4 1/3 innings, so he will not qualify for the decision. 3 runs so far on 7 hits, 2 walks, a hit batsman, and 5 strikeouts. He threw 84 pitches, 49 for strikes, and he is responsible for the 2 men on base. Pena from the stretch. Fastball, just a hair inside, ball 2. Tony Pena, now in his second season with the York Revolution, made 36 appearances in a Revs uniform last year, 2-2 with a 2.75 ERA through 39 1/3 innings. 1 save for him as well. The stretch and the 2-1. Low and outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. This is one thing you don't want to do as a relief pitcher, walk the first man that you face. Already a pressure situation for Pena. He doesn't want to put any more pressure on himself. Short lead for LaRoche off of first base, same for Barfield at third. And there's a chop over to third base. Pattons has it. The throw over to second is in time for 1, and that's the only play they will have. A very, very solid play by Brian Pounds. You couldn't have chosen a ground ball better for that, for the Revs than that one right there. Scored a 5-4 fielder's choice. LaRoche is out at second. Palmero takes his place at first, and with the ball so close to the bag, Jeremy Barfield has to stay on third base. Now it is Beamer Weems, he of the double in the 4th inning. He was stranded on third base. He bats with men on the corners and 2 down. Revs leading 6-3 here in the top of the 5th inning. There's a swing and a miss at a breaking ball for strike 1. Well, Tony Pena's got the spotlight on him with men on the corners and 2 down, just like the Stage Deli has a spotlight on outstanding soup, salads, and sandwiches. For daily specials, including smoothies and catering, Facebook search for Stage Deli on George or visit them on North George Street right next to the Strand Capitol Theater. Pena with the offering, misses inside for ball one. Our newest sponsor in the WOYK Revs Radio family, Stage Deli. I know Darren and his family are here somewhere behind the first base dugout tonight, and we're glad to have them aboard. 1-1 the count to Weems. Pena, breaking ball, catches plate for called strike two. And he's the K batter, Beamer Weems. A strikeout here means crazy bread for everybody. Can Pena deliver the goods? The crowd certainly wants it. This will get us an official ball game right here. Pena rocks and rolls with the 1-2. Breaking ball outside, and the count goes even. Deuce is wild. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs, and 2 runners on for that matter. Pena getting his signs from Paniagua. Checks the runner on first. Medium lead for him. Tony's in the middle of the rubber. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Got him with a breaking ball. Weems completely fooled, and that will retire the side. Tony Pena puts out the fire in the 5th. For the Skeeters, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 2 left on. It's an official ball game. Middle of the 5th from PeoplesBank Park. York 6, Sugarland 3. It's Revs baseball here on WOYK.
And here we go, folks. She steps up to the box. This is a real pressure situation. 2 kids tugging at her blouse, a long line of customers, and only 30 minutes to get in, get a dozen maple donuts, and get to the party.
Oh boy, look at the time.
Well, Charlie Donuts All-Stars winds up, and here's the pitch.
Welcome to Maple Donuts. Can I help you? Yes. No. I'm sorry. I'm not quite ready.
Oh, she steps out. The pressure may be too much, folks. No, wait. What's this? A meeting at the plate?
Okay, Mommy needs to order our maple donuts now. Can you two be good, please?
And she steps back up to the box.
All ready now? I am.
She's swinging for the fences.
I'll have 4 glazed, 3 vanilla sprinkles, 3 chocolate icing, 2 jelly filled, and 1 chocolate peanut covered.
Wow, that was major league. She read every stitch of that fastball and knocked it clean out of the park.
Enjoy your maple donuts. Oh, we will. Okay, kids, let's go. Let's get these maple donuts to the party.
There you have it, folks. Maple Donuts, 58 varieties. Ready whenever you need to step up to the plate.
Maple Donuts taste right.
Well, I finally did it. I took my dad's advice and joined his credit union.
Which one?
PSECU. I'm eligible because my dad's a member, but I joined through work.
Really? I thought you had to work for the state.
A lot of people think that, but there are lots of ways to be eligible.
I'm not really thrilled with my bank and all their fees. I need to check them out.
Definitely. It's worth the switch.
PSCCU is the credit union for you. Find your way at psccu.com/join. This credit union is federally insured by the National Credit Union Administration, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Hi, this is Enoe Polanco, and you're listening to Your Revolution Baseball on the home of the revolution, Sport Radio 1350 WOYK.
Okay, and we're back. That was Anael Polanco, famed third base coach for the Revolution. Big inning for the Revs in the top of the 5th inning. Tony Pena coming in, hitting a hard ground ball fielder's choice and striking out Beamer Weems to strand men on 3rd and 1st. And that closes the book officially on the pitcher. And there's a long fly ball drifting foul out towards Arch Street Eats. For strike 1 to Josh Wilson. And it is a new pitcher. This pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. It's Andrew Johnston, the 32-year-old right-hander from St. Louis, Missouri, returning to Sugar Land for a 3rd season with the Skeeters. The pitch to Wilson, skips the dirt, and out of the mid of Scott for ball 1. So Martinez's final line, of course, the 3 runs all earned on 7 hits and 4 1/3 innings, and that is it for Barrett Lokes as well. 6 runs on 4 hits and 4 innings of work for him. 80 pitches, 50 of them for strike, and there's a rocket towards left center field that'll fall for a base hit. Wilson stopping at first. Ball died a bit quicker than expected that time, but solid contact for Josh Wilson. He is aboard. Another leadoff base runner for the Revolution. That is the third time in 5 innings, all odd-numbered innings. Now it's Andres Perez. Dre coming up for the third time today. Hit by a pitch and scored his last time up. That was in the third. Johnston making his 4th appearance for the Skeeters this season. 5th hit he's given up in 4 1/3 innings. Hasn't given up any runs yet. Johnson from the stretch. Fastball swung on and missed for strike 1. Six strikeouts for Lokes, 1 walk, 2 hit batsmen as Johnson goes over to first base to keep an eye on Josh Wilson. Wilson running on 35-year-old legs like the rest of his body. He got a touch of speed though, stole 10 bases in 79 games for the Toledo Mud Hens of the Detroit Tigers farm system back in 2015. There's a fastball taken inside, 1 ball and 1 strike to Dre. 135 stolen bases in the minor leagues for Josh Wilson, 14 as a major leaguer. His season high, he stole 17 bases for the Kane County Cougars in the Midwest League back in 2001, a long time ago now. There's a breaking ball, a wave and a whiff for strike 2. 78 miles an hour. Perez completely fooled, looking for something much, much faster. Revolution leading Sugarland 6-3 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Perez at the plate, Nash on deck, Guzman in the hole. With a man on first and nobody out. Johnston come back with the 1-2. Low, ball 2. Skeeters got things going in the top of the first inning. A leadoff double off the bat of Josh Prince and off of the arch nemesis. He later came home on Brooks Conrad's sac fly. Revs got that back and more in the bottom of the first. A towering 2-run home run by Telvin Nash. 2-2 pitch below the knees, and now the count's gone full. Skeeters tied it in the top of the 3rd inning. RBI single by the ex-York laureate Johan Lamonta. And the Revolution, like a hydra of sorts, coming back with 4 runs in the bottom of the 3rd inning on just 2 hits. The highlight, a 2-run single by Joel Guzman. And there's another quick strike over to first base. Johnson trying to hold Wilson aboard. Sugarland got its latest run in the top of the 4th inning. The RBI ground out by Jeff Dominguez, the last run that Martinez gave up. Johnson with a payoff pitch. There goes Wilson. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3. The throw over to second is in time. Scott completes the strike him out, throw him out, double play. Perez walks back with his own K, and Wilson is caught. 2-4 in your book. A nice throw from the catcher, Travis Scott. When you're hot, you're hot. He is high at the plate, and he is keeping that arm warm even here in the mid-40s, late April, Thursday evening in York, Pennsylvania. So that clears the bases, and now with 2 down, Telvin Nash comes up. The most welcome sight for an opposing pitcher is seeing Telvin Nash come up with the bases empty, and there's a wave and a whiff at a breaking ball for strike 1. Nash, the home run, well to the opposite side of Arch Street over the nemesis. That scored 2 runs in the bottom of the first inning. He's now hit 8 home runs in his last 12 games here in PeoplesBank Park. Breaking ball, he takes on the outside corner for strike 2. Revs with 6 runs on 5 hits, no errors. Sugarland 3 runs on 7 hits with no errors. The Skeeters have had more chances, but they have left 8 men aboard. 0-2 pitch, fastball missing outside for ball 1. Scott setting up outside, hoping to get Nash to bite. Nash does Often, of course, he is the prototypical power hitter, a lot of homers and a lot of strikeouts, but he held up that time. And Nash with a prototypical power hitter's line tonight, the home run and the strikeout back in the third. 1-2 the count. Johnson wheels and deals in a swing and a miss at a breaking ball for strike 3. And that will retire the side. Josh Wilson, a leadoff single, but Johnson faces the minimum in his first inning. For the Revs, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, no runners left aboard. End of 5, your score. York 6, Sugarland 3. This is Revolution Baseball on WOYK.
Wednesdays are the worst. I've got to get the kids to school on time, to get to work, then it's just one long day of meetings. But hey, at least I don't have to worry about making dinner.
Kids eat free with People's Bank. Save money at every Wednesday home game.
So now when the Revs are in town, I just pull into a People's Bank, pick up that week's coupon, and dinner is done. Revolution Wednesdays? Awesome. Revolution!
Thanks to People's Bank, kids eat free at every Wednesday home game. No need to be a People's Bank customer. Just pick up your coupon at any People's Bank branch and do dinner at PeoplesBank Park. 1 coupon per child per game.
And now it's time for Rich Eisen. Wow. Love it. And we're the Rich Eisen Show.
Do we miss the touchdown celebrations in the NFL? Are we sitting there going, you know what, I wish that somebody could use the ball as a prop right now? I don't miss it. And the bat flip right now, like if there's a kid who's like, that was really cool, and he's going to be like an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old, he's going to take that bat and he's going to just fling it? Is that what we want? And this is not what Jose Bautista was doing yesterday. Again, it's that 7th inning, I've never seen anything like it. The emotion that was going on in that stadium was sought by the reaction of some of the fans, not all of them, and I'm glad that guy was arrested in Toronto. What are you doing throwing a beer can from an upper deck just because there's a call that went against your team? Let's focus on what the world is all about, okay? Being safe and trying to have fun and being safe at the same time. We're fortunate to be able to go to a game and just try and feel safe and then lose ourselves in it, but let's not lose our heads. That said,
this is the Rich Eisen Show. Weekdays at noon on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Back on the hill as we head to the top of the 6th inning from PeoplesBank Park. York leading Sugarland 6-3 in the Revolution 10th season home opener. The Revs coming into this one with a record of 3-4. Sugarland 4-3. They will look to pull even with the Skeeters for second place in the Freedom Division if the result stands. Pena's first pitch is ripped into left field by Josh Prince. That'll fall in fair territory and trickle to the wall. Rocket with a throw over to second base, but Prince is there already. It's a leadoff double, the second of the night for Josh Prince. And Tony Pena, his first pitch issued with the bases empty tonight, goes right back up against that wall. And so now Jeff Dominguez, switch hitter, hitting left-handed for the 4th time tonight. He is 0 for 1. Sack bunt in the first, walk and a run in the 3rd, and in the 4th inning he grounded out and drove in a run. Pena keeping an eye on second. From the stretch, the first pitch, fastball missing outside, ball 1. Tony Pena came in with inherited runners on base. And then on the corners with 1 down, taking the mess from Jorge Martinez. He got a sharp ground out from Patrick Palmero, and he struck out Beamer Weems swinging. Have to dig deep here to keep Skeeters off of the board. High and tight on a breaking ball that did not break. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Revolution trying to snap a 3-game losing streak. They dropped all 3 games over the last 2 days in Bridgewater, New Jersey. The Somerset Patriots still undefeated, the defending champs, the last undefeated team here in the Atlantic League this season. Medium lead for Prince. Tight once again. It's 3 balls and no strikes, and Pena may not be long for this game. Hard hit double on the first pitch to Prince of this inning, and now he can't find the strike zone against Dominguez. Tony takes a deep breath, looks back at second again. 3-0 pitch outside, ball 4. A 4-pitch walk issued to Jeff Dominguez. And that sets the table for the Skeeters for the heart of the order coming up. Brooks Conrad up first. And we've got a guy warming up in the Revolution bullpen. Can't see who it is as the tail end of the first base seats obscure the view. I can see that there is, in fact, a catcher warming him up. So good to see a bullpen catcher getting the work there. That is Dave Gulick warming up the latest pitcher. We'll tell you who he is as soon as we can see. Brooks Conrad takes a fastball outside, ball 1. That's 5 in a row out of the zone from the right arm of Tony Pena. Conrad plated the game's first run. That was on a sac fly to center field in the first inning. Since then, a strikeout and a walk. Pena with the offering, right down George Street. A fastball for strike 1. Conrad, up and down in the major leagues over the past 8 years. Top season came in 2010 with the Atlanta Braves when he played 103 games for the Partisans of Turner Field as Pena misses outside for ball 2. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. .250 average in 156 at-bats for Conrad that year for ATL, or should we now call them the Cobb County Braves after this season. 11 doubles, 8 home runs, and 33 driven in. Pena with the 2-1. There's a bouncer over to first base. Nash takes an awkward hop with it, comes up with it, recovers, flips over to Pena, who steps on the bag for the out. That was not an easy play by Telvin Nash. That one caught the lip of the grass just as it turned into the infield, and Pena had to reach that, Nash had to reach that glove up rather quickly, and he got it. Pena doing his job covering the bag. Works like a swinging sack bunt. The runners advance. Prince goes to third, Dominguez to second. So the tying run once again at the plate. It's in the form of Travis Scott, and he can get the Skeeters back within 1 with a base hit right here. Revs 6-3 leaders for the moment. Pena from the windup this time. First pitch swung on and missed for strike 1. Wicked break on that ball at 79 miles an hour, and Scott completely fooled. The count 0-1. Scott a couple of singles in the first and the third inning. He grounded out to short with men on the corners in the fourth. 10 minutes shy of the 9 o'clock hour here in York, Pennsylvania. And Pena sails one outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. This game 2 hours old now. We started at 6:51 and it is now 8:51, right on the nose. Scott slightly open stance. Infield playing back. They're willing to concede the run at this point in the game. And there's a towering shot foul out towards the Mezzogiorno picnic pavilion. And it looks like it knocked a bird off of its perch. Now there's a wake-up call for you. Now he's settling on the top of the wire that holds the backstop net up. 1-2 the count to Travis Scott. He's got Prince on third, Dominguez on second, with 1 down, top of the 6th inning. Pena back against the wall once again. 1-2 pitch, just a hair inside for ball 2. Well, Paniagua had to move the glove significantly. I think that is what they called it. Tim McCaffrey calling it a ball that time. Getting a couple of looks over from our scorekeeper friends here. That was borderline, to say the least. Good old Brian and Greg sitting right next to me, separated by just this glass wall. Although I'm sure they are quite all right with having this glass wall between us. 2-2 from Pena. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Paniagua has to complete the throw over at first base. He gives a look to third base to keep Prince there. Big second out for Tony Pena. He retires Travis Scott by way of the K. Second strikeout for Pena. And that's crucial because now the fly ball that would have brought a run home with fewer than 2 outs will result in the Revs trotting back to the first base dugout in triumph. But Pena not out of the woods just yet. Second and third with 2 outs, and Jeremy Barfield coming up. Barfield, a strikeout, a walk, and a double, a leadoff double back in the 5th inning. Tony's first pitch, fastball, just a hair inside, and it's ball 1. Barfield from Houston, Texas. Played for 3 teams last year. First, the old New Britain team in the Eastern League, Colorado's then AA affiliate. Then went to the Mexican League to play for Quintana Roo and ended up with the Albuquerque Isotopes. And there's a ball that bounces and gets away from Peniagua. The toss over to first base gets beyond Pena's glove. Wild pitch is what they're going to call it. In to score is Prince, and the Skeeters get back a run. It's now 6-4 Revolution. Oh, Peniagua did all he could do that time to make the toss over to Pena. The throw wide to his left, Peniagua's left, Pena's right. He had to reach across the body. Pounds backing up the errant throw. Otherwise, you're going to see Dominguez come in. But now Dominguez is on third with a 2-0 count. Good hitters count coming to Barfield. And he takes outside, 3 balls and no strikes. So Pena's control problems returning in the dying moments potentially of the top of the 6th inning. Revs 6, Skeeters 4 for the moment. Pena with the 3-0. Swinging 3-0 is Barfield, and he fouls it off the plate, off his shin. Frustrated with himself, he pounds the dirt off of both of his cleats, and he'll have to step back in and face a 3-1 pitch. Revolution have been in front since their 4-run 3rd inning. Skeeters eating away as Skeeters tend to do. Just hanging around and causing a bit of mess and biting you every so now and then. And there's ball 4 outside. Barfield will trot over to first base. It's the second walk of the inning issued by Pena, and now we will see, it looks to be Paul Fletcher coming out. Although maybe it's Mace from here. He's put on his jacket, and I don't know their faces well enough yet. It appears that is Mark Mason. That is the end for Tony Pena. We will have a pitching change. We'll tell you all about it when we come back here to PeoplesBank Ballpark. Revs leading 6-4, but Sugar Land has the tying runs on base in the top of the 6th inning here on WOYK.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Let's go! The NFL has a policy here. Johnny Unitas was going to be honored by Peyton Manning. He was going to wear high-top black shoes. The NFL said, no, you couldn't do it. Pat Tillman was going to be honored by Jake Plummer, and the NFL said, no, you can't. Craig Ironhead Hayward's son was going to honor him with eye blind. D'Angelo Williams, whose mother died of breast cancer in 2014, he wanted to honor her the entire season. The NFL said no. This was explained to me by the NFL years ago, that if we allow this for Peyton Manning with Johnny Unitas, which seems like a no-brainer, then what happens if you get Jimmy Lipper who wants to honor his coach and he's going to wear something? That's where the NFL, you may not like it, but it makes sense that you just say, no, we're not going to allow it. We can't allow this to happen. Because then everybody would be doing it.
The Dan Patrick Show.
We are going to PAR-TY.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
All right, let's try this one. Wherever you are, WOYK is... That blows. How about... Wherever you are, WOYK is watching. Oh, no, that's creepy. Let's try this. Take Sports Radio 1350 on the go with the new WOYK mobile apps. Available for download today. Bingo. The new Sports Radio 1350. Available anywhere via the WOYK mobile apps. First in York, first in sports.
The radio home of the Revs. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
This pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts, and it is Tyrell Harris making his 4th appearance on the hill for the Revolution this season. His first since in New Britain back on the 24th, where he gave up a run in an inning. He relieves Tony Pena, and he inherits another jam. Men on the corners, and 2 out. Barfield on first, Dominguez on third. The man at the plate is Johan Lamanta, trying to make his old ball club pay once again. Harris misses inside with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. It's ball 1. 29 pitches for Tony Pena. He stands to be the winning pitcher, but he is also on the hook for both runners on base, which would be the tying runs. Harris from the stretch, missing inside again. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Revs relievers losing their control as we get into the 6th inning. Harris last year with the Revolution made 17 appearances, 16 in relief, 1-0, 2.59 ERA in 24 1/3 innings. There's a fastball missing high and tight, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. Strike zone shrinking for Tyrell Harris. He's going to have to find it quickly lest he load the bases. Tyrell with the 3-0, and there's a long drive into right field. Repko going back on. He's at the warning track up at the wall. It's off the top of the wall. You can turn and watch it go. Johan Lamanta, 3-run homer. Down the 325 marker in right field. He just cleared that fence. Swinging 3-0, and it all pays off for him. Sugarland takes a 7-6 lead, Skeeters' first lead since the top of the 1st inning. That's not what you want to see, and it's not how Tyrell Harris wanted to begin his 2nd season calling PeoplesBank Park home. Now I'll have to put it past him and retire Andy LaRoche to get the Revs into the 6th inning to try and respond with a couple of runs. He misses inside again for ball 1. 5 pitches from Harris. He's missed on every one. The one he didn't miss on ended up in the party tents. There's a line drive hit right on the screws and hit right at Simmons out in center field. He makes the catch, side retired. But the Skeeters, with a couple of patient moves and the blast, 3 runs by Johan Lamanta. For the Skeeters, 4 runs on 1. 2 hits, no errors, none left on. Middle of the 6th, your score, Sugarland 7, York 6. You're listening to Revs Baseball here on WOYK.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called PeoplesBank Park. PeoplesBank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at PeoplesBank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Need some fun with your food? Where else but Friendly's? Stop by Friendly's at 423 Laux Road in York for great deals like 50% off breakfast Monday to Friday from 7 to 11 a.m. or one of our 5 lunch and dinner meals for $5.55, including the quarter-pound cheeseburger. Stop by after the game with your Revs game ticket and save 15%. Friendly's has got you covered with great deals all day long. Friendly's, life with extra sprinkles.
Individual game Tickets are now on sale for the 2016 York Revolution season. Be there as the Revs celebrate their 10th anniversary season with the biggest promotional schedule in team history. 20 giveaways, including 8 bobbleheads, inside the park fireworks shows every Saturday, and a host of incredible entertainment acts like Cowboy Monkey Rodeo, Superstars, the Philly Fanatic, and an appearance by former NASCAR driver Ernie Irvan. Buy online at YorkRevolution.com, over the phone at 801-HITS, or in person at the Apple Chevrolet Ticket Office.
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Johnson's first pitch to Joel Guzman is right down George Street for called strike one. Revs find themselves down 7-6. Sugarland with 4 runs in the top half of this 6th inning. And they'll need a couple of runs to get back on top. Guzman fouls it into the mitt of Scott for strike 2. The exclamation point for Sugarland in that top of the 6th inning was the Johan Lamonta 3-run homer that just cleared the wall and right over the Fulton Bank sign. And there's a slider that slides outside. Nice block from Scott for ball 1. And so Andrew Johnston, the pitcher of record on the long side for Sugarland, if the result were to hold, as Guzman jammed but fouls it back to the netting. Count stays 1-2. Tyrell Harris standing to take the loss if the Revs can't come back in this one. Now the 1-2 off the end of the bat, and Guzman takes the belated swing of frustration. Swinging bunt, but the swing means that he will not walk back to the dugout with a bunt third strike. Guzman got a 1-2 count against him right now. Pounds on deck, Simmons in the hole. Johnson from the first base side of the rubber. He wheels and deals. Fastball in there, strike 3 called. Painted the black on the outside corner. That is 3 straight strikeouts over the last couple of frames for Andrew Johnston, and it's 1 away in the bottom of the 6th. Brian Pounds up next. Strikeout and an RBI double to his record today. Well, just a couple of extra base hits for the Revolution. The Telvin Nash homer in the first, and then that double by Pounds back in the third. And there's a strike down the heart, 0-1. Skeeters with 7 runs on 9 hits, no errors. The Revs 6 runs on 5 hits, no errors. That big 4-run inning for York coming on just 2 hits. Sugarland returning the favor moments ago, and there is a drive to left center field. Going back on his Prince, right in front of the Sleepy sign and in front of the warning track. He makes the catch, 2 away. Well, the crowd wanted something exciting, and they very nearly got it. Pounds just got under that one. Not much wind to speak of, so even on a night when we are completely still here at PeoplesBank Park, that one is still probably just allowed out. James Simmons, a couple of strikeouts, trying to avoid the hat trick right now against Johnston. Andy's first pitch swung on and missed for strike 1, 79-mile-an-hour slider. Simmons taking the bait on one that might have sailed a bit outside. Johnson gets his sign from Scott. He is ready. The 0-1 offering and a swing and a miss, another breaking ball for strike 2. Simmons in a deep hole. Now he's going to have to resist the urge to fish on something outside. And if I'm Johnston, I'm bouncing him a 58-foot curveball. We'll see what he does. Johnston takes his sign, shakes off his catcher once, likes it the second time. Johnson with a windup in the 0-2 pitch. Fastball outside, ball 1. They tried to get Simmons fishing, but he didn't go overboard. Revs needing to get back into this one. It's 7-6. The Sugarland lead as we're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Peniagua on deck should James Simmons continue this inning. The 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, and there is her 59-foot curveball. Simmons with the plate discipline holds up, and now the count goes even. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs in the 6th. The deuce is wild for the second time tonight. Old buddy Dan Wallace from the Kalamazoo Growlers, my broadcast partner last summer, instilled that term in me. And as the home plate umpire, Tim McCaffrey dusts off the home plate. He settles back in his perch behind the catcher. Scott back into his crouch, and Simmons stepping back in. Nice square stance for Simmons. Johnston comes back with a 2-2 pitch. Fastball, just a tick outside. The count goes full. So Simmons, nice discipline this time. He was down 0-2. He's worked the count back full. Johnston, payoff pitch. And there's a bouncer down the third base line. It's a fair ball dropped by Palmeiro. He has to rush the throw over to third base, and it's not in time. E5, they're going to call this one against Patrick Palmeiro. He had it on 2 hops, and I don't know, maybe it was just the cold, but he squeezed the glove too early, and it fell harmlessly to the dirt, and Simmons ends up safe. So Andrew Johnston will have to work off that frustration and get what he would consider the 4th out of this inning, and he'll have to do it against a member of the all-decade team for the York Revolution, Salvador Peniagua. 0 for 2 with a couple of groundouts to the left side as Sally takes outside for ball 1. Simmons, between his 3 stops last year, stole 15 bases, matching his total from 1 year in Bridgeport back in 2014. Here's the pitch. Broken bat looper, and it's threading the needle into center field for a base hit. Oh boy, Salvador Peniagua. Textbook example of hit 'em where they ain't. He broke the bat, and that is brought to you by Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. Littered that lawn with a couple of shards of bat. It was a soft liner that landed right in between Weems and Conrad, the middle infielders. Neither one of them could get to it. And now a couple of 2-out strokes of luck for the Revolution. The error by Palmeiro at third, and the thread the needle single by Peniagua brings Michael Rocket up. Tying and go-ahead runs on base. Revs down 7-6. Looking to get back into this one. The crowd with the slow clap as Rocket steps in. Low crouch stance. Johnson's first offering fouled off the end of the bat, and it's 0-1. Michael Rocket, 0 for 1 today. A walk and a run back in the 3rd, and a strikeout back in the 4th. Just past 9 o'clock here on WOYK. Repko on deck. Wilson in the hole. Michael Rocket, the man of the 9 o'clock hour. 2 on, 2 out. 0-1 pitch from Johnston. Taken by Rocket as it bounces into the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
First in York. First in sports. Your only local sports station. The new Sports Radio 1350. WOYK, York, Pennsylvania.
Will DeBoer with you on opening night here from PeoplesBank Park. Revolution trailing Sugarland 7-6 in the bottom of the 6th inning, but threatening. Simmons on second, Peniagua on first with 2 down. Andrew Johnston trying to slice his way out of this jam. The count is 1-1 to Michael Rocket. And here's the offering. Breaking ball. Catches the block on the inside corner for strike 2. Rocket leaning away from that one as that one broke at just the right time. So now Michael will have to protect the plate, and if I'm Johnson, if I trust Scott to block one, again, I'm throwing him a 58-foot curveball. 1-2 pitch. And there's a drive out into right field, but right to Dominguez, who barely has to move to make the catch. Side retired. Revs with a bit of noise to end that 6th inning, but they can't get anyone across. For the Revolution, no runs on 1 hit, 1 error, 2 left on base. End of the 6th, your score, Sugar Land 7 and York 6. Darrell Henry will take you through the final 3 innings here. It's Revs Baseball on WOYK.
The more we help the ones in need, the more progress our community will make.
By focusing on quality education, income opportunities, and basic health care,
All of York County can have access to the building blocks of a good quality of life.
together we can load the bases for our community.
And hit a home run.
Give generously to the 2016 United Way Community Fund.
Find out more and give now at unitedway-york.org.
Does your wealth advisor know how you take your coffee? At Smith, Mayer & Little Wealth Advisory Group, we genuinely get to know our clients, from their interests, goals, and dreams, right down to how they like their coffee. By understanding our clients on a personal level, we help them make wise financial decisions. In us, you will find a trusted confidant dedicated to your financial success. Smith, Mayer & Little, a wealth of knowledge about wealth. Get to know us over a cup of coffee, or visit us at financialjava.com.
Janney Montgomery Scott LLC, member NYSE, FINRA, and SIPC.
Come and celebrate 10 years of York Revolution baseball with the Celebrate York Series presented by Memorial Hospital. The series honors significant contributions from York, Pennsylvania's most notable events and favorite citizens with giveaways every Friday night home game. The series kicks off on Friday, April 29th with Governor Tom Wolf Bobblehead Night. Visit YorkRevolution.com for more details. It's the Celebrate York Series, proudly presented by Memorial Hospital for the York Revolution's 10th anniversary season.
Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Top of the 7th, it is a 7-6 Sugarland lead. What happened, Will? Patrick Palmero will lead things off. First pitch from Harris is skied in the air and right. Repko will come on in shallow right field and put it away.
Well,
I went up to the party upstairs and now I'm cold. It's very cold
it's
down
cold,
here.
and it's a cold feeling that our old friend LaManna left us in that 6th inning.
Oh, brother. I saw it, and I saw it from the White Rose Hall.
How's everybody doing up there?
Great.
Will they remember this night at all?
Parts.
Will you remember this night is the question.
Here's Beamer Weems. Pitch from Harris is in for a strike. Now it's great to see the alumni. We had a mix of alumni and WOYK partners upstairs with us.
Oh, yeah.
There's the 0-1 to Weems and a swing and a miss on a cutter from Harris.
Just secure us some more donuts.
More donuts.
From Maple.
I knew I missed one assignment. My one task. Here's a fastball. Oh, just outside. Harris was marching off the mound thinking he had him.
Yeah.
They've really struggled with that call tonight.
How much did Sally have to move the glove on that one? Maybe he was focusing on glove, not location.
The wide and the 1-2. And a breaking ball hooks wide. Now a 7-6 deficit. Here in the 7th inning. Revs in danger of a 4-run lead getting away after the 3-run lead last night. The 2-2. And a swing and a scrape foul behind the plate.
Johnson's number may be called here for Sugarland on the Hill. They've got Roy Merritt, a right-hander, warming up in the bullpen. Thanks to Brian for flashing us that signal, as we really can't see who it is back there.
They are hidden. Pitch to Weems is fouled back over the roof. Harris pumping it in at 92 miles an hour. He had pitched in 3 of the first 4 games this season, and in the 3rd appearance, Mace thought he was a little bit fatigued, but ramping it up there in the 90s tonight. He'll try it again, and a foul straight back. Now that might have made it into the party upstairs.
Wow, I haven't heard any ow, my head. Quite yet.
Now they're safely behind the windows on this chilly night. Here's a swing and a miss. And Harris gets him on the slider. A pretty lengthy battle with Weems, and Harris puts him away for out number 2. Did you keep a good book while I was gone?
Oh, I keep the best book, Daryl. That's why you hired me.
It's the book that sold you. Here's Josh Prince at the top of the order. 1 for 3 on the night. Pitch from Harris is down low.
Fifth time through the order already.
1-0. And that's across at the belt for a strike. 7 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for Sugarland. 6 runs, 6 hits, no errors for York. On the wind and the 1-1. And a swing and a foul back onto the roof. Now Harris looking to come back with a 0 here in the 7th. Sugarland 4 runs in the 6th. Highlighted by the Limo go-ahead home run. He's had some night. Pitch and a foul back into the net. Rebs haven't scored since that 3rd inning.
Those 4 runs on just the 2 hits. So ever since Lokes left the hill, it's been hard to come by.
Now Harris will take some time and walk behind the mound. Sugarland, the travel day is never easy, but they do it so often. I do feel like they've gotten accustomed to it over the years. It's a tiring day. Well, Harris delivers, and it's sliced foul into the stands behind the York dugout. Ricochet is back out. Saw Prince with Bridgeport last year. He split time there in between AA with the Tigers at Erie. Former 3rd round pick of the Brewers in 09. Pitch from Harris, a slider just missed, down and away. And Prince has played in 8 big league games with Milwaukee. That was in 2013. Here's the 2-2. Swinging a foul back into the net once more. By the way, Sugarland has been the Revs' all-time most difficult opponent at home. It hasn't been a walk in the park on the road either. Pitch here, a curveball in. Started right at him and it stayed in. It'll be a full count. All time, York just 30 and 50 against Sugarland. Here's the payoff pitch. Called 3rd strike. Prince thought it was high. He was throwing the bat away to go to 1st. He slams the helmet down, angrily yanks off the batting gloves with some verbiage. 1-2-3 7th for Tyrell Harris.
I say it again.
7th inning stretch here. Revs still down a run at 7-6.
Wednesdays are the worst. I've got to get the kids to school on time, to get to work, then it's just one long day of meetings. But hey, at least I don't have to worry about making dinner.
Kids eat free with People's Bank. Save money at every Wednesday home game.
So now when the Revs are in town, I just pull into a People's Bank, pick up that week's coupon, and dinner is done. Revolution Wednesdays? Awesome. Revolution!
Thanks to People's Bank, kids eat free at every Wednesday home game. No need to be a People's Bank customer. Just pick up your coupon at any People's Bank branch and do dinner at PeoplesBank Park. 1 coupon per child per game.
Come on, Colin Cowherd.
The pitcher who gave it up, who should worry more about getting his 2-seamer on the outside part of the plate, Sam Dyson, he wanted to talk about that 1 second of raw human emotion where Jose Bautista, flipped a bat.
Jose needs to calm that down. Just kind of respect the game a little more.
You gotta be kidding me.
This is The Herd with Colin Calvert.
I'm blowing everything up. We're starting over.
Weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Waking you up like no one else. It's Steve Zabin.
Last night you said you were going to watch hockey with my sons and my daughter and I, and
then wake up and then play golf
but
after
that
the
didn't
show
happen.
today. No.
So are you still going to just play golf? It's like
No, I don't think so.
chopping stuff off your to-do list.
No, I think I'm not playing because it's going to be too windy.
Your batting percentage on going to Scott's house is like the Washington National.
Very poor. But yeah, sorry about that.
Steve Zabin, mornings at 6 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. The revolution plays here. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Bottom of the 7th, Revs trail 7-6. Left-hander Roy Merritt will take over. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. He has been an outstanding starter in this league, including with Sugarland last season. Maybe the league's toughest at times last year. He'll pitch out of the bullpen here, and Jason Repko will lead off. First pitch from the lefty is down low. It's got a high leg kick. I don't know if I remember it being that high previously, but it's got some animation about it, and he just missed down and away. 2-0 on Repko. Early on tonight, extended his hitting streak to 8. He's 1 for 3 in the game. 2-0. Oh man, he fouled it off his foot and falls straight down onto his backside. Back up quickly though.
And that's something that's a welcome sight for Jason Repko, a man who's missed so much playing time in his career with injury after injury. And to see him foul one off his leg like that, you can't help but wince. But he appears to be all right, and he's going to step back in and do it again.
Already this season, there have been like 5 plays he's been involved in that I've just held my breath. There's the 2-1, and that's down low. Even opening night, for the opening series, he runs so hard, and twice at New Britain he hit the bag a little bit awkwardly. He wants to play every day though. Here's the 3-1, and a swing and a liner, right center field, and it's caught. Laying out was Josh Prince, who was fighting that sinking liner, kind of leaning in right center, and then going out into the dive. And he hangs on to it for the first out. Hard hit, but at Prince. He makes the diving play, 1 away. And here is Josh Prince. There's Josh Wilson. Prince just made the play.
There's so many Joshes in the world.
Oh, man. First pitch curve from Merritt just missed.
Oh, man. The movement on that curveball, Darryl, that was highly animated. I haven't seen that since the old backyard baseball video game.
Yeah, I think that's what he's known for. Now back with a fastball. That's in for a strike. When he was with Somerset, the left-hand motion out of that fun-size batter's eye that they have there, it was just murderous. You couldn't see it. Little lower arm angle as Wilson fouls this one back into the net, 1-2. Got a 3/4 arm angle. Last season, Merritt pitched for both teams. Had a deal in place. He wanted to pitch in the postseason, and Sugarland sent him to Somerset, and then the deal was to send him back. Here's a ground ball toward the middle. Weems from short can't handle it, and Wilson's on. Tying run on base with 1 out here in the 7th. He was going to have to hurry, having to shift sideways to his left, and it came up just a bit. He fumbled it and never able to regather it. It's an E6. second error on the Skeeters tonight. It'll bring on Andres Perez. Dre 0 for 2 tonight, did score in the third inning after being hit by a pitch.
The Skeeters are 5th and 6th errors of the season. They were right in the middle of the road in terms of fielding percentage. They were tied for 4th with Somerset coming in. That percentage will go down a couple of notches tonight. Revs will see theirs if the result holds go up. They were second to last at 971.
Pitch to Perez is a shade low. Yeah, that would be good. A lot of that was that first weekend at New Britain, and their infield was pretty, but didn't have the cleanest bounces. And a throw to first, Wilson back standing. Trailing 7-6 here in the bottom of the 7th. The stretch from Merritt. The 1-0 and a curveball tumbles down and in. Perez started, stopped. They appeal to first. He did not go. You know, I thought this was odd. And it just dawned on me. I think this is the first time this has ever happened. Seeing your own breath in the broadcast booth on a baseball game. I don't think that's ever happened.
Not here, at least.
Yeah. 2-0. And that's high and wide. It is NFL draft night, and you often see the linemen on TV, their breath in the cold air, but we will have, provided we're finished at a timely hour, we'll have some Westwood One NFL draft updates tonight on the station. Pitch to Dre. He's taking all the way. It's a called strike.
I can give you a couple of updates now if you want.
Yeah.
Jared Goff went first to the LA Rams. Your Eagles took Carson Wentz, North Dakota State boy.
That's right.
Joey Bosa went third to San Diego. Ezekiel Elliott, number 4 to Dallas.
Great. Now a snap throw to first as Wilson dives back. So they'll have to figure out how to stop him for the next decade.
Yeah. Well, Giants and the Redskins will have to figure that out too. Maybe not a decade. It'll probably be like 7 years or so, the way running backs are built nowadays.
Wilson draws another throw over.
They're in the 12th pick now. The Saints are about to pick. So a primetime draft that started at 8, and an hour and a half in, they are not even halfway done. And they say baseball moves slowly.
Next one is down low, and Perez draws the walk. A close one, and 2 men on for Talvin Nash. He was the man of the hour early tonight. Opened the home schedule with a 2-run first-inning homer deep into the chilly air in left field. Overall tonight, 1 for 3 with that first-inning home run. As Merritt leans in and looks, here's the stretch. And the first pitch, swing and a miss. And Merritt didn't give him anything straight. It was running down and in. Nash thought it looked good out of the hand and pulled the trigger. Merritt coming in 3 games in long relief, 5 2/3 innings, 1 run. Has given up 5 hits and 1 homer. The 0-1, fastball low. Trailing 7-6, the crowd has thinned out on a very uncomfortable evening, but certainly appreciate the turnout for the home opener on a less than ideal weather night. The 1-1, swing and a foul tip squeezed. A slider from Merritt. Last year, Merritt 8 6, a 2.88 ERA. 19 starts. 2 other outings in relief. It's impressive. He deals. Slider just missed. And Nash with a keen look. 2-2. Remember last year, Merritt, like his first, if it was 3 starts or more than that, it was a handful where he basically just didn't give up anything. Former Mets farmhand, made it to AAA in 2010.
That would have been Buffalo, if I'm not mistaken.
Here's a ground ball to short, might be 2. Weems to second, turn to first, got him. And that'll end the inning. Conrad a little high on the turn, but Lamonta holds the bag. Quick release from Beamer Weems at short. He got rid of it in a hurry. No runs, no hits, 1 error and 1 left. Revs will be down to their final 2 at-bats tonight. We head to the 8th, trailing 7-6.
Summer is about taking time for what really matters. Spending time with the family, enjoying nature's beauty, having a healthy lawn you can be proud of, plus the time to enjoy it. With Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care, you get world-class environmentally responsible lawn care from a hometown team. The result is a vibrant, beautiful lawn that turns heads and boosts curb appeal. Visit us at heritagelawnandlandscape.com.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called PeoplesBank Park. PeoplesBank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at PeoplesBank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
What if I told you your family of 4 could have an all-inclusive outing for only $55? The York Revolution are telling you that right now. The Family Fun Pack includes 4 flexible ticket vouchers to be used whenever you'd like, 4 food vouchers for hot dogs, chips, and drinks, 2 playground wristbands, and a parking pass. Again, $55. Have more than 4 in your family? Additional tickets and food vouchers are only $10. Buy online at YorkRevolution.com, over the phone at 801-HITS, or in person at the Apple Chevrolet ticket office.
Your home for Revolution Baseball. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Top of the 8th, and I'm sure the guy on the mound appreciates this gesture. Wes Alsop, who will get on the mound 24 hours later. He had a tough night at Somerset last night. 3 batters faced. A walk, an RBI single, another walk, a wild pitch in there as well. And charged with 3 runs, but Mace will try to help him forget that and get him back in right away. Jeff Dominguez to lead off, and a fastball strike. 94 miles an hour. An easy 94 to begin the 8th. 7-6, Sugarland leads. Here's the 0-1. Swinging a ground ball, first base. Nash gobbles it up, and he'll take it himself. So Dominguez retired, 1 up, 1 down. And unfortunately, last night, Alsop walked the leadoff hitter quickly. Then it looked like he was starting to find the command, but Darwin Perez chopped a single up the middle against him and just never did get settled in. It looked for a moment like he might, but he'll get another chance tonight. Here's Brooks Conrad, who takes a little bit wide. Conrad 0 for 2 with a sac fly and a walk. The 1-0 pulls a ground ball. It's a base hit through the hole and into right. Now the Skeeters with their 10th hit of the night. A 1-out single here in the top of the 8th. Tomorrow night, 6:30, first pitch, hopefully a little bit warmer. as Matt Neal makes the start. Ian Marshall goes for Sugar Land. He allowed 10 runs in 1 inning in his season debut. Speaking of guys anxious to get back out there, I'm sure. There's Travis Scott with 1 on, 1 out. First pitch is high and tight. Tomorrow night, the first Friday night in our Celebrate York series presented by Memorial Hospital, the Governor Tom Wolf bobblehead giveaway. The 1-0, and it missed up high. Travis Scott's also been a problem tonight, 2 for 4, but it's his former York teammate, now Sugar Land teammate Lamonta that's been the real nemesis, as Alsop misses high, 3-0. I was upstairs for most of it, Will. What's Lamonta have? Ford ribbon in?
Yes.
3-run homer?
3-run homer and the single back in the 3rd.
3-0. And that missed a little bit high, a walk. And Scott will take his base. The 2 on with 1 out. Man, he's been on a lot tonight. That's 3 out of 5 times.
When you're hot, you're hot. And Scott is hot. I've been waiting to say that all night.
Now Penny Iowa out for a quick word on signage with Wes Alsop. Face Jeremy Barfield with 2 men on. And tomorrow night, the first of the giveaway series on Fridays, as we mentioned. Pitch to Barfield, a breaking ball up high. That's the first 1,500 fans tomorrow night.
And not only that, but as far as we still know, Governor Tom Wolf's going to come back home and throw out the first pitch tomorrow.
Tough act to follow tonight. 4 strikes, not 1, not 2, not even 3. There's a fastball down low. 2-0 on Barfield.
Jeremy walked right in front of Lamonta's 3-run home run, and he was up when Tony Pena threw the wild pitch that plated Josh Prince.
2-0, and that misses low. Thank you, Will. I didn't see all of that. It's rare that I don't at least see what happens, but we had a pretty awesome night upstairs tonight. I wanted to get up there for a bit.
Oh, sure. Rub it in.
Next one is over at the knees. That's a strike called. Well, you were up there before the game when everything was chaos.
Well, amen to that, my friend.
You had the task of getting 10 men to one spot. Pitch to Barfield is low, and he walks, and that'll load the bases. And here comes Limo, the man of the night.
Alsop's really having a tough time of it as we begin the season here.
I mean, I guess you could, off last year, you could certainly coin him a project or a prospect, but the potential is just limitless. And we saw him Saturday night at New Britain. I mean, he had a 1-2-3 inning, and if you blinked, you missed it. He dominated, but the other 3 outings, the command that's the thing that he's trying to harness.
Just wasn't there. He couldn't get an out yesterday at Somerset. And you're right. I mean, the sky is the limit for Alsop if he can get his control down. He came in one of the top 15 independent prospects following the 2013 season out by Baseball America, a very trusted source.
so trusted that the copy that Milton Miles gave me on the bus on Sunday, I haven't read yet. The ball loose from the Revs bullpen, but that's on me. That's not on Baseball America or Milt.
Who has time to read now anyways?
Not I.
Nor I. Hope to get there when y'all are on the road at some point.
It's relaxing, I hear. First pitch to Lamont is down low.
Well, it all depends. If you've got a book that you're really invested in, then it can actually raise the heart rate.
You know, I hadn't thought of it that way. You mean like a thriller?
Exactly like a thriller. Here's a hint. Don't read Edgar Allan Poe when you're about to go to sleep.
Pitch is popped up foul. This will make it out of play over the third base side. Four ribbies for Lamonta. 4 steaks tonight. Here in his return to York. RBI single in the third, and then heartbreaker he played. 3-run homer in the 6th. They're loaded here with 1 out. The 1-1 slider yanked foul down into the York bullpen. Karam's off the wall, back to the first base ump, Ian Kelly. Lamonta a chance to make it a humongous night and blow it open for Sugarland here. Alsop trying to prevent just that. Revs trail 7-6 in the 8th. Danger of a 4th straight loss tonight. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. A sinking fastball down and away at 94. Good luck hitting that. 2 down in the inning.
And that strikeout is for the kids, according to the board out there in center field.
Yeah. Great promotion back again this year. Here's Andy LaRoche. And Alsop misses down low, ball 1. Well, if the Revs can keep it a 1-run game, that would be good.
You said it.
Danger of a 4th straight loss in 3 days. Pitch here is ripped to left, a base hit. LaRoche yanks it. 1 run in. They'll go station to station as Rocket gets it in quickly. And LaRoche smacks a base hit out of the reach of Pound's diving effort and through the hole. It's 8-6 here in the 8th. That is 6 unanswered for Sugarland since the 4th inning.
Oh, Wes has just got to dig deep right now and do whatever he can to get Patrick Palmero out. Come away with some semblance of success at only allowing 1 run after loading the bases with 1 out.
And Palmero digs in. First pitch, a big swing and a foul tip, held on to some high gas.
That looked awfully dangerously close to being catcher's interference there by Paniagua. You heard the clip, and almost immediately it went into the mitt. You thought maybe it was the mitt that he got on the swing.
And the next one, a slider for a called strike. Now also, I mean, it's an easy 94 when he's smooth, and then a wicked slider at 84. Palmero, a little knee buckle there. Here's the 0-2. Slider, he tried to check. He went too far. He's rung up. Played on Tim McCaffrey. Made the call himself, and also finishes the inning. A dominant 3-pitch strikeout. But a control lapse in the middle of the inning helps lead to a run on 2 hits. Bases are left loaded. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's 8-6 Sugarland.
Tennis used to be a very polite game. Today, tennis ace raises a racket. Flying feet. The style, the play, and the players are intense, athletic, and hard-charging. Flying Feet Sports Shoes welcomes the evolution of tennis and its battling players with a full line of specialty tennis shoes worthy of the new game. These aren't stand-around, look-pretty shoes. These are co-conspirators for the court. Shoes that will endure opponent after opponent, match after match. Shoes that move when and how you move and stop at your command. Shoes that fit and feel good so your feet are ready and able to play that next set. Flying Feet's team includes Prince, Wilson, and New Balance in widths that fit. And the Flying Feet staff is always on the sidelines to help you with your selection. Tennis, it's a new game. Be prepared to play it well. Flying Feet. Flying Feet Sports Shoes, just off exit 18 of I-83, right behind Domino's in York.
It's time for York Mitsubishi's spring sell-off sale, now through April 30th. Save on all Outlanders, Lancers, Outlander Sports, and Mirages. With financing as low as 0% for 72 months and rebates up to $3,500. And as always, get our famous 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. So stop by during York Mitsubishi's spring sell-off sale and see what we can do for you. York Mitsubishi, just off Route 30 on Roosevelt Avenue, York, where Mitsubishis always cost less.
Your county, your teams. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Well, this would be a tough one tonight. Middle innings were the problem. Last night, late in the game, it all adds up to a frustrating couple of nights so far, but the Revs still with two big innings to play with. 8-6 they trail, and Roy Merritt will stay in. And after a scoreless seventh, Joel Guzman will lead off. Down 2 now. First pitch is in for a strike. Guzman tonight 1 for 3, a 2-run single in the third that helped build a lead at the time. Cutter down and in, missing. 1-1. Merritt has spent some time overseas as well, in Asia. The 1-1, and a curveball slipped, missed way outside. With Somerset, when he first came to the league in 2012, he was 8-8, but had a 3.22 ERA. He was among league leaders in that department. Here's a foul tip off Scott's mitt, 2-2. That leg kick, he doesn't have the twist, but the rhythm of it reminds me of Dontrell. 2-2, and a ground ball back to him. He reaches out, has it on one hop. He underhands a little low, but Lamonte able to reach and collect it above the dirt. Guzman retired on the comebacker, 1 away.
Yeah, I see what you mean there about Dontrell Willis. Big star for the Marlins. I remember when he first came up in 03, and it was the coolest thing. Everyone in my little league wanted to be Dontrell Willis doing that high leg kick, and it would explain why there were so many wild pitches that year.
Man, he took baseball by storm. Here's Brian Pounds. Swings and lines a foul to the top of the stands, first base side.
And he was really, really good for a few years, and they just sort of tapered off.
Pitched for Long Island a few years back. The Revs had some success against him. And now he's doing TV for FS1. There's a slider inside, 1-1.
Two-time All-Star. Back in 03, his rookie year, he was the Rookie of the Year for that Marlins World Series team that everybody forgets about. And then 2005, 22-10.
Foul tip held on to, 1-2 on Pounds.
5 shutouts, 2.63 ERA that year. He finished second in the Cy Young voting behind Chris Carpenter.
Now Merritt set. Here's the 1-2. And a floater out to shallow right center and run down by Jeff Dominguez. He hangs on to it. Lunging in, he went into a slide on a sinking bloop, hangs on to it, and that's out number 2 here in the 8th.
That's 2 innings in a row the Revs have had potential base hits in the outfield snuffed out by vacuuming defense there. Prince sucks it up with the diving catch, and Dominguez sucking it up there with the running catch.
Here's James Simmons with 2 outs. First pitch is down low. Simmons 0 for 3 on the night. I maintain that the 2003 Marlins team is one of the most impressive teams I've ever seen in a single major league season. They started off horribly, changed managers, and then they just would not lose. Yeah, McKeon, they wouldn't lose at all. And growing up a Phillies fan, the Phillies were the victim that year. They just could not beat that team. Here's the 1-0. And a line drive the other way in right. Dominguez, he dives and hangs on to that one. And it looked like he had a snow cone at the end. He hung on to it on a ball that Simmons cracked in right field. Dominguez diving to his left, fully stretched out. Makes one nice play and then makes one outstanding play. It's a 1-2-3 8th. We'll go to the 9th. Revs still trail 8-6.
Hi, this is Tom Dasher, President of Tom Dasher Investment Services. I specialize in retirement planning and strategies to meet individual personal goals. Whether you are looking for wealth accumulation or to maximize your retirement income. Oh heck, this is sounding just like another commercial. Hey listen, it's this simple. We use risk-free investment vehicles, whether you are looking to still build wealth accumulation or you want retirement income or a combination of both. It is all about getting your money parked in the place that will benefit you the most. If you want to do that, call me. My office number is 246-3879 or my mobile is 487-2096 or contact me at my new website at tomdasher.com.
Broadway Transmission? I don't know how they do it.
We've been in business for 60 years at the same location.
I don't know how they do it.
It's our long-term nationwide warranties.
Oh, and don't forget our online appointment scheduling.
I still don't know how they do it.
They towed in my van at no cost with my repair.
It's our ATRA certified technicians. Don't forget the good-looking genius in the office.
Come on, man. I know they helped me with financing. Still, with my bad credit, I don't know how they do it.
I did my research and felt comfortable that Broadway is a AAA approved specialty repair shop. I showed my AAA card and saved some hard-earned cash.
I was happy to get a $100 rebate in the mail after the job was done.
I sure don't know how they do it, but I do know they get it done, and they get it done right.
Broadway Transmission. We'll get your shift together and back on the road fast. Check us out on the web at BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and see how it's done.
Join me, Steve Zabin, mornings at 6 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
To the 9th we go here in the first of 70 at PeoplesBank Park this season. And the York County native, Eric Thomas, takes over. Beamer Weems will lead off. It's 8-6 Sugarland. First pitch is fouled back. Bang! Out of the upper deck and down in front. No balls and a strike on Weems.
Remind me at some point, Darryl, to put together an all-names team for the Atlantic League, because I think Beamer Weems would be in contention for a starting shortstop role.
It's the 0-1. And a changeup taken low.
Well, you got your official attendance tonight at PeoplesBank Park, opening night on the 10th season, 3,519. 3,519 paying customers.
Pitch. And that's down low. Tell you what, I again will salute Revs fans on a brutal night to be outside. I thought the atmosphere early was great. Here's the 2-1, and that misses up high. Eric Thomas, his second pro appearance. Scoreless inning the other night at Somerset. 3-1, Swing and a miss. Fastball in the outside black. That's interesting. 3 different Revs legends that Thomas has worked with were in the house tonight. Actually, one of them is currently catching it. Payoff pitch. And it's down low. Didn't miss by much. Leadoff walk. But Jason Espedo, who he worked with at Backyard University, trained there. He also worked in the office there and was part of the baseball staff. And of course, Corey Thurman, he got individual pitching lessons from Thurm there. And then Paniagua, the third member of the all-decade team that Thomas has really rubbed shoulders with. He's currently catching it. Here's Josh Prince. First pitch is swung on and lofted in the air and right. Repko will trot in. He's there. He squeezes it. 1 away. And Paniagua actually recommended Thomas to Mace. He was catching Eric Thomas during the offseason.
It's so encouraging, reassuring rather, to know that the man you've worked with in order to become a professional baseball player is going to be your first catcher as a professional baseball player.
Yeah, really.
It's like a dry run.
Here's Jeff Dominguez, switch hitter now, bats right, and a big swing and a miss. He tried to kill it. 0-1. And Thomas would come to the stadium privately during the offseason and throw to Paniagua, so there's no doubt they have a rapport. The 0-1. And a changeup missed away. I think one thing that was impressive with Eric was the way he handled himself after the one and only one bad spring training outing that he had. And he was in complete control the other night, his first outing since then. The stretch and the pitch. And it misses up and in. The other thing I think it says a lot about is the way that Mace and Fletch work with these pitchers, and they were able to get him back on track right away. The one spring game we referenced, he really, a parade of walks at Southern Maryland, but he put that behind him. 2-1, and a fly ball right field. Repko moving back toward right center. He'll have room and makes the catch. And that's out number 2. The first time in the home white for Eric Thomas on the mound at the home park, where he would, from time to time, come watch the pro team play growing up. He's got 2 outs here in the 9th inning.
Well, the Revs have been around long enough that they've got now a generation of kids who have come to see them play, who are now potentially playing at PeoplesBank Park themselves.
Here's Brooks Conrad. He swings and skies one to shallow center. Perez out from second. Can't make the grab. Over the shoulder attempt. And now second base open. Nash trying to win the race there. But it'll go to Conrad, who legs it out. Simmons tried to lob it into Nash and lead him in front of the base runner. But Conrad, the inside path, makes it to second. A pop-up. And Simmons, even with his speed, it was so shallow that Perez had to make the over-the-shoulder attempt, and it glanced off the glove on a very difficult play. It'll go down as a double. Second and third, and the inning continues for Travis Scott.
Well, Dre did absolutely everything he could to get that one. It's the sort of ball that you usually see to the center fielder, but Simmons too far away that time in order to get to it.
So now lefty against lefty. And Thomas, the pitch to Scott, it misses down and in. Scott's been on base just about all night, 3 out of 5 times. He's 2 for 4 total. 8-6 Sugarland in the 9th. Number 1-0 from Thomas. Breaking ball missed high. Speaking of the all-decade team, Paniagua thought his stuff was good enough that Mace should give him a look. And Thomas, on our interview the other day, referenced Thurm as a private pitching coach. One time a verbal kick in the pants that helped him as he misses up high. It's 3-0. I asked him, did Thurm ever go drill sergeant on you and give you the tough love? And he said, oh yeah, there's one day that I remember, and he's very positive and he loves him for that, but one day he didn't have his best stuff, didn't bring it to the workout, and Thurm said, if you're going to be serious about this, you need to be better. Pitch here is over the inner half, a called strike, 3-1. I've heard that speech from Thurm before.
You think he'd make a good broadcaster?
Uh-huh.
Maybe for some other team. It's taken here.
He's swinging a miss. Slider from Thomas, a full count.
This is potentially a very gritty at-bat here for Thomas on the hill. He had a Scott 3-0, perhaps let down a little bit after Conrad got that bloop double, but now he's fought back to a full count. He's one pitch away from getting out of it and making Thurm and Paniagua and all them proud.
Here we go. He's set. And the payoff pitch missed up high. Just got under the slider. And Thomas, he started to spin off the mound. I wasn't sure if he was upset with himself or if he thought he was getting that call. He looked up kind of surprised. I thought that he didn't. And now the bases are loaded. Strike zone's kind of danced at times tonight.
Well, he thought that it crossed the letters, and Tim McCaffrey says, no, it dotted the I.
Here's Jeremy Barfield with the bases loaded. Thomas the pitch. It's a changeup down low. Smothered by Paniagua, so Barfield puts up the stop sign to Weems at third base. Weems had a leadoff walk. Thomas trying to work around that. The pop-up that found the opening, and then the close call on Scott that he didn't get for another walk. Not a whole lot has gone his way this inning, but trying to get out of it. The 1-0, and that's off the plate outside. 8-6 Sugarland here in the ninth. The Revs in the bottom half will have Paniagua, Rocket, and Repko due. On the 2-0. Just missed low. Thomas, 4 pitches earlier, thought he was out of the inning. No room for error. 3-0 with the bases loaded. And the lefty deals missed up high. Ball 4. Now he allows his first run as Weems comes in. Third walk of the inning. It's 9-6. And we'll now see Lamonta come up again.
Lamonta already.
I'm sorry, Will. Members of the all-time team are heckling Lamonta down the front row. Oh my. First pitch to him. He swings and lines it hard and right, but Repko's right there. Catch is made to end the inning. I heard one of them say, I hope you break that pretty bat that you're carrying up there. And he hit it hard, but lined out. 1 run does score. I'm glad they're having fun tonight. 1 hit in the inning, bases left loaded. And we go to the bottom of the ninth. It's 9-6, Sugarland.
And here we go, folks. She steps up to the box. This is a real pressure situation. 2 kids tugging at her blouse, a long line of customers, and only 30 minutes to get in, get a dozen Maple Donuts, and get to the party.
Oh boy, look at the time.
One of Charlie Donuts All-Stars winds up, and here's the pitch.
Welcome to Maple Donuts. Can I help you? Yes. No. I'm sorry. I'm not quite ready.
Oh, she steps out. The pressure may be too much, folks. No, wait. What's this? A meeting at the plate?
Okay, Mommy needs to order our maple donuts now. Can you two be good, please?
And she steps back up to the box.
All ready now? I am.
She's swinging for the fences.
I'll have 4 glazed, 3 vanilla sprinkles, 3 chocolate icing, 2 jelly filled, and 1 chocolate peanut covered.
Wow, that was Major League. She read every stitch of that fastball and knocked it clean out of the park.
Enjoy your maple donuts. Oh, we will. Okay, kids, let's go. Let's get these maple donuts to the party.
There you have it, folks. Maple Donuts, 58 varieties. Ready whenever you need to step up to the plate.
Maple Donuts taste right.
Payne doesn't take Sunday off. Neither do we. We're open weekdays 8 to 8 and weekends 9 to 6. Just walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics, 2319 South George Street in York, across from the Apple Hill Health Campus. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Revs trail 9-6. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Roy Merritt will stay in, looking for a 3-inning save. Score-wise, it's a save situation, but no matter the score, if you go 3 innings to close the game, you get a save. So he's got both criteria met. Salvador Paniagua to lead things off, with Nowak, Penny, Cody in the front row. That is beautiful. I think Ronnie Morales was down there too. First pitch is taken low. Bob Burton, our longtime athletic trainer, also joining in on the fun.
Well, it's just a fun night, you know?
Yeah.
It's like a class reunion.
Pitch in the dirt, 2-0. Any desire to go to yours?
Well, I don't know. I don't even know if we're going to have those nowadays. I mean, with Facebook, people keep track of everything anyway.
That's true. There's a fastball for a strike. 2-1 on Paniagua.
You know, I have a high school reunion every year at Thanksgiving when we go back and everyone goes to Harry's and all sorts of Purdue bars. So I'm good there.
Foul back upstairs. 2-2. I went to my 5. I missed my 10. Don't remember the reason. I'm sure it was a good one.
Always.
On the 2-2. And this one line foul the other way. Into the picnic area in right. Paniagua was in one of the Corvettes with those guys earlier tonight. Unfortunately, Jason Espitos broke down on the way around the track. Pitch here is popped in the air. Lamonta from first heading back toward the York bullpen, and it lands against the tarp, which has had its share of usage today. I have infield dirt on my sneakers still, and I only pull it half the time, if that. It's amazing. Everybody commenting on the tux, they wanted to comment on the shoes to go with it, and, well, they are covered in infield. Another 2-2, and a foul back into the net.
Yeah, most folks here tonight got the Ellen DeGeneres style, with the tuxedo and the sneakers.
Yeah.
Really no way to follow it up there, is there?
I was thinking. Another 2-2. And a curveball. Oh, caught by Limo at first. Paniagua with a laser, but right into Lamonta's glove. From this angle, I thought it was down the line. I was watching it. I kept looking up the line and right. There was no more ball. It was right in Lamonta's glove.
My word, that is 3 straight batters that have hit the ball hard, and it's been highway robbery. We got the entire James gang here tonight.
Here's Michael Rocket. He takes a little high. 9-6 Sugarland, bottom of the ninth. Well, the warm will turn. Sooner than later would be nice. The 1-0. And that's over for a strike. Rebs being out hit 12-6, but I mean, game after game, solid contact that's caught. Here's a swing and a miss. Merritt goes off speed. It's 1-2. Repko on deck. Rebs down to their final 2 outs tonight. Rocket being stared at by himself on that LED board. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Merritt went up high and got him to chase. So the home opener is down to its final out. Jason Repko coming up.
I wonder if it's intimidating at all, staring out into center field and seeing yourself staring back at you. I mean, that's like listening to yourself on a recording, except taken to a whole new level, and also, oh, here's a 90-mile-an-hour pitch coming at you.
First pitch to Repko is in for a strike. I guess it depends on how scary you look. Is that our guys again?
Yeah. You don't even need me here. They can just go to them for the color commentary.
Curveball misses away, 1-1. Now they're getting on the plate ump, Tim McCaffrey. You know what? They probably have always wanted to do this. Just sit back, sit in the stands. There's a slider down low, 2-1. And they are in like the designated heckle location here at PeoplesBank Park.
There's a heckle location, huh?
Does seem to be in that general region. Well, Merritt set at the belt, the 2-1, and a foul straight back, and the Rebs now down to their final strike. Downtown still up on his feet. The tuxedo shirt being rocked tonight. Here's the stretch from Merritt. 2-2. Tried a quick pitch and he missed inside with an overhand fastball. A little higher arm angle than normal. Full count. Rebs need 2 base runners to have a chance. And 3-2. Swung on and lined hard. Down the line in left but foul. Repko just a hair early. And there's been a lot of that here recently too. Some of the hardest hit balls haven't even been fair.
Jason Repko sits back on that 1/100th of a second more, and he's knocking it off of the Powerball sign off the arch nemesis.
Merritt ready once again. The 3-2. Swung on. He's out in front and yanks a foul. Looped, I believe, off a trash can at the top of section 26. Well, regardless, if they're able to rally, it's great to be back here. Another 3-2. Tried to check. He went on a slider in the dirt. Scott will tag him out. And Sugarland comes from behind to win here in the Revs home opener tonight. 9-6 is your final. That'll be a memorable night regardless, bringing the alumni back and honoring them, and any home opener a memorable one. This one for sure will hold a place in Revs history, but it's the Skeeters who win the game, and the Revs tomorrow will be trying to snap a sudden and quick 4-game skid. 9-6 your final tonight. Stay tuned. Post